too.
Okay.
She's currently gonna play as Luna.
Yeah, we have a dedicated Luna Snow player besides myself to play. So now I can actually have space to play DPS now. Yay!
Oh yeah, Bree needs to leave now because she's too loud.
I was gonna say she doesn't need to
I'll miss
leave.
you.
We're gonna move to the
Oh.
secret tavern.
No, she has to.
Uh,
She
I'm
has to
leaving
go.
anyways.
You
Probably
know-
leave the server too
bro,
and delete her Discord account.
no.
No, be nice. She plays Hatsune Miku on Fortnite.
Yeah.
And
I'm gonna put you in my note.
Oh, I can probably take a
Oh.
guess what kind of note it is.
shiver me timbers.
Shiver me timbers. Shut up,
So
man.
she does work for memory care.
Oh, thank God, because I want to forget about her as soon as I can.
I can imagine.
have-
I can imagine
Oh.
Bree just like writes down on her notes and everything, and then like talks to some of the people about like, I know this annoying guy on Discord. He's a super fucking bitch and everything. She just talks shit about Yaka to like the people.
Honestly, me.
What? What the fuck?
How do I put something like a window on Firefox full screen?
Fuck Firefox.
I don't
Google
use
the
that.
full screen button.
I use Opera
What's the
GX.
full screen button?
It's on the top right. It's the button next to the
It's like the
close
window,
button.
yeah.
Yeah. What? Huh?
Next to the minimize and close.
Yes.
It's in between them.
No, I don't want that. I want it like I don't want to be able to see the search bar.
What?
There's like a button that you can press.
She's talking about full screening in a tab. So she's saying like, okay, so I think it's F12. I think F12 or F11.
F11.
F11, yeah, F11 is what it is.
Thanks, Queens. I just
There you
really
go.
was bothered by it.
I think
It
it's
was really
Alt
bothering.
I don't know why she was. I don't know why she was
No.
all about that. She wanted a full
No,
screen.
I know what Alt F4 does now. I am not getting pranked by that again.
Hello, Milo. Okay, okay. Milo,
Okay,
you gotta
Zoro,
go.
you're banned.
You gotta go. You gotta go sleep, Milo, because I'm gonna be busy playing D&D. Okay. While I go ahead
Hold
and
on,
go.
I gotta get up
get-
really quick.
But you know what this does? Kakapoosh. Kakapoosh.
What the fuck?
Oh, right back. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and go.
Starbucks order for Yaka. Kakapoosh. Kakapoosh.
I'm gonna be using Theon's other dice today because I don't know where the ones I usually use are, and I also have been rolling really poorly with them lately, which is very upsetting because they were very expensive. They were not very expensive.
Congratulations, sir. You just won this check for $1 million. Kakapoosh. Kakapoosh.
I like that you cut out.
Kakapoosh.
What
Yeah,
the
he does cut
fuck?
out.
But I have
So
purple
fake.
metal dice that I'll be using for.
I'll also be rolling physical today.
I will also be rolling physical.
Okay.
Oh, you're rolling physical. You're rolling physical. Kakapoosh.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Hello there. We need to get the fucking intros out of the way. Hello there, everybody. Welcome back to our Eyes of Astra Chapter 2, Session 23. It has been quite a fucking while because we went through the whole thing of Christmas and New Year's and all the bullshit that happened and everything in between. We're not going to get into detail about it, but welcome back. We're going to go ahead just to kind of get a... Shut the fuck up!
Can we kill Yaka?
Please.
I think we finally
Um,
decided that we're killing off Yaka's character. All of them.
We're killing Eric in today's session is what's happening. But yes, hello there. We're gonna go ahead minus one introduction because of some minor things that are going on with her. We are gonna go ahead and go through the introductions for everybody for the meantime. So we will start. I'm gonna go ahead and make a roll real quick. I'm gonna see who we start with.
goodness.
Who are we gonna start in today's session? Let me just make a roll. Everybody, give me a number between 1 through 6, please.
4.
Hold up, we'll go one at a
Fucking
we'll go
I was gonna say 4.
we'll go one at a time.
Three.
We'll go one at a time. So Yaka.
I'll go 4.
Okay.
I need you to actually off yourself.
Zoro.
You know what?
2.
You know what? I want to pick.
Shut the fuck up, dude. God, I fucking lost my train of thought now. Sailor. Say
1.
1. Okay. Lino.
I panicked.
5.
Okay, and Bap rolled. Or Yaka. Fucking Haruki. Sorry, I'm being stupid.
Great.
Since it took you
Oh.
3 tries, I'll take 3.
Well, Lino was on the spot with 5, so we will start with Lino to go ahead and give us the introduction of her and her character.
Hi, I'm Lino. I play Fionn, formerly Falcarel. Rest in peace to our queen. Yeah, I play the ranger monk Shadar Kai Fionn, and I love her. She's my baby girl.
Okay. The next person that was closest to the number was Yaka with 4.
Yay. Hello, everybody. My name is Yaka. I play Eric with a K. Everybody loves me, and no one has a problem at all. And if you disagree, Yaka. Boo.
Shut the fuck. This fucking guy, dude. Okay. I heard somebody said 3. Was that you, Zoro? Oh no. Haruki was the one that said 3. Haruki, go ahead and give an introduction to your character.
Good day, the name is Haruki. I play Baprold. He's a demonic fucking cleric human wannabe, I don't know. I'm operating on 20 minutes of sleep and I was booked for something else, but now I'm here. I don't mean
Damn.
that condescendingly. This is the meds talking.
Haruki actually hates us. He told me.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. He's probably cursing us in his language as we speak.
Probably.
I got a Google Doc for that.
Who? So with Zoro and Sailor, who? What was your guys' numbers? I know Sailor's was 1, I believe.
And Zoro's was 2.
Zoro's was 2. So then it is Zoro to go ahead and introduce his own character and himself, if you'd like.
Well, hello. It is I, Zoro. I play the character, also named Zoro, and that's about it. Family happy to be back. Took a long while, but you know, hey, we're here either way, so you know, it's all good.
Hell yeah. And lastly, Sailor. Go ahead and describe not 1, but 2 characters that you were playing within our story.
Yes, hello. My name is Sailor. Shut the fuck up, Yaka. My name is Sailor. I play 2 characters because when I hyperfixate hard. And I'm currently on my PlayStation, but now I have switched. I'm gonna switch to my PC because I forgot to. And my characters are Celeste and Karuni. Mic drop.
Mic drop. And I am your lovely dungeon master for tonight. I am, as you all know, a non-cube. Introductions out of the way. Anyway, last we left off in last session, the party gathered up in Estragos. They kind of did their own thing in Estragos bit by bit. They came up with a little bit of a plan, and Zoro got himself entwined with the Kingsguard, and is now going to be running who knows how many missions for them, depending. And I believe we ended off the last session with our dearest Zoro, who wishes to go speak with the one who is going to give him his first mission. But before that, we'll go ahead and start with Zoro's, but I want everybody to give me an initiative roll right now. Besides Zoro, we'll get everybody's initiative roll.
I wanted to roll my dice.
Alright, I need to go ahead and write everybody's name.
Oops, I accidentally rolled a d12.
Oh my god, we can hear everything!
Wait, I need a calc.
You know what it sounds like? He went this way. And he went this way. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah. Fucking say.
Favorite video. And
Alright.
then you just see the people just keep on crashing against the glass. You guys trying so hard.
Well, that's what it sounds like
I-
glass.
I
Well-
got a 27.
Okay, so Fion got a 27. Eric?
I got a 12.
12. Okay. Celeste and Kearney.
Oh fuck! Wait, what were we supposed to roll again?
Roll an initiative
Dude.
roll!
See, well, good thing because Celeste got a nat 20.
Okay.
And then Kuruni got, if it cooperates with me, 16.
And Babel.
DC's.
That's a 2.
Excuse me.
Ooh. So I'm gonna go ahead and lower down the music just a tidbit. With everybody's initiative roll, we will start with Zoro's first. So where we left off in the last session, Zoro, you had stayed awake until nightfall. And when nightfall hit and everybody is asleep in their own rooms, as you're there, you notice that the light in the window seems to have a shadow casted over it that catches your attention. And as you look out through the window, you see across the street from you on a building opposite, you see that there is a figure that stands there, waiting for you.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and make my way out towards the figure.
Okay. As you make your way out, I do need to specify, are you going to, did you keep yourself in check in human form, or did you allow that to dissipate?
I guess
It would have worn off. It only lasts an hour.
Nah, sorry. I managed to force it to last until nightfall. So, still human.
That's the nice one. Okay. So you make your way out, and of course, you see that there is the woman that works the front desk. You see that she looks at you as you're making your way down. She gives you a small little nod as you make your way out. As you make your way out, of course, it's still nightfall, but there's still light. There's still fireworks and lights going on. There's still the celebration that's happening in the city. So of course, there's a lot of people out in the streets, and you manage to make your way over to the other side and meet with this individual. You see that this individual, you can't see anything of this individual besides their eyes. And as you see that they reveal their hand, you see that they reveal the sigil that you also have on your hand. And as they reveal the sigil, it's almost as if they're waiting for a response.
Yes, that is a hand.
They are waiting to see something, to be more precise.
I'll go ahead and show them my hand. The one without the mark.
They still look at you, still showing the mark on their hand, waiting for a response.
Alright. Go ahead. Show them the mark then.
As you show your hand that has the marking that you were given, you see that they tuck their hand back away into their coat, and you see that they pull out a hand on the opposite side, and you see that they hold out a scroll. You recognize the scroll as being one of the communication scrolls that you had used earlier in the day when speaking to Atrax for the first time. And you see that he holds it out in front of you.
I'll go ahead and I'll take it. And then, does he want me to open up now, or?
I was gonna say, sorry, I was taking a drink.
Oh, no,
So
good.
as you take the scroll, you see that the person puts their hand back into their coat, and as you are beginning to unravel it and you fully open the scroll, the person completely disappears. As you see, almost as if your arm moving in front of your field of vision from them makes him completely gone. And as you see that the scroll opens, you see that the very same blue sigil begins to form in the air, waiting for you to press your hand on it for a response from a call.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and press my hand on it and respond to it.
As you press your hand onto it, you feel a tingle in your mind as you hear the voice of Atrax begin to peer over. You have answered. Good. So, you have your first task. You see that you're given a small image of what looks like to be a cage, as you see that there seems to be multiple Kingsguard that seems to be standing around it. You hear Atrax say, "We have captured someone of great importance. You are to escort this person to the church." As you see that, you are given multiple flashes of different safe houses that are also around the city for you to go take a look at. But you are specifically shown one where there seems to be a brewery in the city of Estragos. What looks like a very kind of like hole in the wall bar almost, that shows in between two very large buildings. There's a small alleyway that you can see that leads to this very not really seen bar. As you hear Atrax essentially give you a description of where to go throughout the city, essentially giving you a full mental map for you to look back on in case you are confused on where to go, to make it to this bar. And when you are there at the bar and you speak to the bartender in the bar, you are going to be asked a question, and the response that Atrax gives you is "Long life of the shadow." And as you see that all of these images begin to appear more and more in your mind, all the visions dissipate, and you still remember them, but you are now back standing on the building again. As you see that the blue sigil begins to wear off a little bit, as you hear Atrax appear off. "Finish this mission, and soon you'll have a spot in the church." As you hear the voice of Atrax trail away, and you see that the sigil disappears, leaving you by yourself on this roof.
Okay. So you said it leaves memories of where the age would be and where I need to go escort them then, right?
Yes. He essentially gave you multiple routes to take throughout the city that could be places where you are going to be, where you could take them. And of course, there's going to be guards that are with you to help escort this individual that seems to be in this cage, though you are not able to get a proper look as to what this person looks like in the cage.
Alright. I mean, guess I'll go ahead and close up the scroll for now, and then just go ahead and head back to the hotel or the inn.
Okay. You make your way back to the inn, and the day begins to pass by until the next day. Next day rolls around, and with a nat 20, Celeste, you hear the birds. Chirping as you see that the light shines through the window, kind of peering over your face, giving you a little bit of a warm welcome.
That's nice. Well, she's, gonna just get up then. She's morning. She's gonna go get up and see what she can get for breakfast.
Okay. As you wake up, You see that Mercurio is still there, one arm and one leg hanging off the side of the bed. As you get up and you get changed, you make your way outside, and you see that out in the foyer where there's like a bunch of those tables that you guys remember sitting at before. You see that the tables are lined with these like silver platters that have these like small plates of what look like sweet treats, and then you see that there's also a small teapot with a couple of cups on all of the tables. Basically, these are places where you can be able to get something quick to eat in the morning before getting something to eat for breakfast. So you make your way downstairs as you see that the woman at the desk says, "Hello, good morning, good morning. How was your sleep?"
That was pretty alright.
That's good to hear. Please make your way to one of the seats, and we will have one of the maids come and serve you in just a minute. Okay?
Sure. Talk about hospitality.
You see that she gives you a small bow as you make your way over to one of the sofas with the tables in front. Yeah, you wait a good bit. You see that there's a good amount of sweet treats on the table as well, and a small teapot for you to get some tea. You have a couple bits of it. And these are pretty good little snacks that you're given at the table, and then of course the tea pairs well with them. As you sit here, you see one of the maids walks over to you. She says, "Hi, is there anything you'd like to order for today's breakfast?"
Is there like a menu?
Yes, of course. Well, you're not provided one. Sorry. You see that she goes into her apron. You see that she pulls out like a small kind of like menu for you to kind of peer through. And the menu's not exactly the menu's not exactly big, but there's a good few amount of items in there. You see that they have a really nice what looks like a breakfast sandwich with grilled chicken. You see that they have some salads that they can be able to serve as well. You see as well that they also serve like the classic, with like bacon, eggs on a plate with some steamed potatoes. All those, basic amenities that you would be getting inside of an inn.
Crazy. They got a bacon, egg, and cheese. That's crazy. Okay. She's gonna order, I guess, just like one of the sandwiches, and then she's gonna order another one for Mercurio when he gets up.
Okay.
And then, as to drink, she'll just have a tea.
Okay. You see that she takes your order and she makes her way over to the kitchen. As you hear very thudding footsteps of Mercurio making his way through, as you hear, man, I'll tell you, the beds seem a little small for me. You see that Mercurio leans back a little bit and you hear a large crack. He's like, "Oh, okay, that one was not nice." Well, good morning to you too. As you see that he hefts his way downstairs as he's like picking his ear. He's like, "So, what's for breakfast?"
Well, I just ordered just 2 breakfast sandwiches for us. Nothing too crazy.
Oh, nice. Oh, thank you. You see that he kind of scoots over and has a seat next to you as he kind of like it does like a long stretch. Like one of those stretches that feels like it like snatches your fucking soul and everything. He does one of those like long stretches and he's like, well, surprising we're the first ones awake. Anyone else awake that you know of?
Not necessarily. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Zoro still is awake somewhere. Though I'm very surprised not to see Eric, since he's always up in atoms and wanting to get stuff done, especially now.
Yeah. Well, guess I'm gonna have a little bit of a seat. And with that small turn, Fion. So we'll cut to Fion for a little bit, as Fion wasn't with the party when they arrived at the inn. Fion, where was it that you were during the time that the rest of the party was doing their own little thing, like going and being part of the King's Guard after you finished visiting Marvin's apothecary?
I honestly don't remember what she was doing after the apothecary. I figured she just kind of was walking about the town, sort of aimlessly wandering, searching for what she's been sent to search for, and then maybe eventually getting to the inn. But she was mostly like her brain was on the apothecary and what was happening there.
Okay. Okay. So you were just casually, I'm assuming, just wandering the city and everything, not really
Yeah.
paying much mind. Okay. Okay. So if you're going to be wandering the city, give me a perception check, if you'd be so kind. Oh.
I got a nat 1.
Ooh.
So I guess I'm not going to be using these dice anymore because that's the second roll I've ever made with these fucking dice. So,
I guess not.
I understood that completely.
Okay, so, Fionn was just wandering the city, not really paying attention to much, of course, seeing the bright lights of the fireworks and everything, but besides that, nothing really stood out to Fionn as she was walking through the city. And of course, it seemed that you were walking for quite some time, that it ended up being the sunrise of next day. Because unfortunately you were not able to catch up with the party, so it seems you had been walking around a fair bit of the city, and have kind of gotten, at this point, a good amount of information as to what the city's layout is. So anything pertaining to the city streets, you'll get advantage on. So that's pretty nice.
Fuck yeah. I got a nat 1 and still got advantage.
Okay, so it is basically the sunrise of the next morning. Anything you do?
I think she'll probably go and see if there's like a local cafe or something to go get like something to eat because she probably hasn't eaten. So yeah, I think she would just probably go to like whatever the closest cafe is that's not super expensive.
Okay. Okay, so you make your way to one of these like can't really say cafe. It's more so of like a half bar, half cafe style type. I guess you can kind of really say. And as you make your way in, you see that there's a bunch of workers that are like cleaning tables, moving things around. As you see one of the workers stop by in front of you, they say, "Hi, we will be with you in just a second. We're just we're getting everything cleaned up for everything. Do you mind waiting outside for another 5 minutes?"
Yes, but of course, take all the time that you need.
Thank you. Hey, can you make sure to there, yeah. Okay, yeah. Moving over to the right, and you see that you make your way out. About a good 5 minutes later, you see that the guy comes back outside again. He says, "We're open now. Please come on in."
Alrighty, she'll head on in and then take a seat at like a corner table, like not really anyone else around. Maybe
Okay.
one by a window or something.
Okay. Coincidentally, there's also a little like booth area that's by the window that you go over and you take a seat at by yourself. It's like one of those like big like quarter circles, like quarter circle booths that is by the window.
Got it. Okay.
As you have a seat there, you see that one of the workers comes by and says, "Hi, is there anything that we would get you for today to start off with?"
May I have a cup of just black tea, please, to start, and any, if you have any scones, that would be great as well.
Tea we have, but scones? I am unfamiliar with these. I'm afraid we don't have these.
I guess that the human pronunciation might be a scone, but I'm not entirely sure. It's like a bread pastry with that goes quite well with tea.
Well, I'm afraid we don't have scones here, but we have other types of treats here if you'd like to try it. We have we have these like sweet little biscuit treats that would pair well with the tea. Would you like that instead?
But of course, thank you.
Yeah, of course. Right away. You see that they leave, and you see that they go ahead and prep everything for you. As you see as well that more customers begin to start making their way in. As you are waiting for your tea, give me another perception check, if you'd be so kind.
Where'd my dice go? Oh, please.
Did you like chuck it across the room or something?
I got a fucking nat one again! I didn't even use the dice this time! I'm actually fucking crashing out!
Okay, because I feel bad,
Okay, I'm
I'll
calm.
give you advantage on that. I'll give you advantage.
Thank
Oh,
you.
because I feel bad, I'll give you advantage.
You said perception?
Perception, yes.
17. I literally am proficient in fucking
Okay.
perception.
As you're here waiting for your tea and the biscuit treats that are going to be accompanying that, you notice one individual that you remember seeing by Marvin's apothecary that other night. You see that he comes in all kind of like, you know how some of those like jocks walk in all swaggered out, thinking they're super cool. You see that they walk in. You see that he has his like thumbs in his the waist of his pants and like not in his pockets. As he comes in, he says, "Hey, I'll take a seat by the window." You see that he looks over by you and he sees you. He's like, "Hey, I think I remember you." You see that he like does like that slow cowboy walk to you. He's like, where do I remember seeing you from?" As you see that he puts both hands on the table.
I believe we encountered one another at the apothecary the other day.
Oh yeah, the apothecary. Yeah, nothing happened at the apothecary, right? As he seems to give you what looks like a intimidating look.
No, something definitely happened, didn't it?
Nonsense. You hear what this person's talking about? They're crazy. As you see that this commotion has now started to catch the attention of a couple of these customers around. He's like, well, we can't have you spreading lies around here and the missus's territory. So why don't you go make your way out, huh?
I'm actually quite good, thank you. Though you better be worried some of my companions might catch wind of this, and I don't think you'd like your face to get burnt off.
Oh, is that a threat? Is that a threat I'm hearing from this person? Ooh, somebody should call the guards. I'm feeling pretty scared right now. Ooh.
Oh, you're
Ooh.
scared of a young lady like me? You must not have very good guts, then. You must be quite easy to intimidate. Not very strong either.
Give me an intimidation check with advantage.
Okay, I got my third nat one of the session. I'm killing myself. Oh, I have inspiration! Okay, I'm rolling on Beyond because I'm actually gonna fucking crash out.
I did say to roll with advantage too, by the way.
I rolled with advantage and I got a 9, so I'm using my inspiration.
Do you have
Okay.
failure tokens?
Oh yeah,
I
you
got a
could use
16.
failure tokens for that. Oh, you got 16. Okay. As you say that, you notice that the guy switched one of his hands from like putting it flat on the table to gripping the side of the table. And you kind of hear a little bit of like a little bit of creaking as he's like gripping the side of the table. He's like, yeah, I'm so terrified right now. Yeah, as he seems to like be like, you know how moms look at you embarrassed at like a store or something? They're trying to like tell you to like not look embarrassed. He's looking at you like that. He's like, yeah, I'm totally afraid. Yeah. Why don't you just fuck off right now, okay? It's not a good idea for you to be here.
So glad I ran into you. Would you be ever so kind and leave that young man alone? But also, I know that you did something quite unethical at that place of business, and I'd prefer if you would right your wrongs.
Right my wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. As you see that one of the customers gets up, like an older gentleman gets up. He's like, excuse me, I'm gonna need you to exit the premises, sir. As you see that the guy looks over, he's like, I don't think I asked for your fucking permission, old man. As you see that,
Respectfully, don't talk to other people. This is not your territory. You do not own this cafe. So, if you could, stop patronizing the people who work here and who do business here, and you kindly could go fuck off. that would be greatly appreciated.
Give me a persuasion check. Base roll.
She's not very she got a 10. She's not very persuasive.
Do you notice that as you say that to the guy, you see that you can see that he the hand that was gripping onto the side of the table begins to slowly let go of it, and you see that he begins putting his hand. You see that he kind of like lazily puts his hand over his over on his side on his sheath of his weapon. You see that he has his hand close to his long sword. As you see that he says, "I don't think I asked for you to fucking say something, did I?"
Well, you were the one who struck up conversation with me. You came over here and started talking to me, so it's, common courtesy to talk back. That's how conversations work.
You see that he like scoffs and he looks over at you and then the old guy and he's like, "Whatever. This place sucks anyway." You see that he looks at you before he walks out. He says, "You better fucking watch your back, buddy." As you see that he spits on the floor of the establishment before leaving. As you see that the older gentleman goes over, he's like, "Are you all right, madam? You all right? He didn't hurt you or anything, did he?"
No, he didn't, and frankly, I will be letting some of my companions know of this interaction, and I'm sure that they won't be too happy to hear, but are you all right? He was quite disrespectful to you.
Oh, that little banter you're throwing at me, that's nothing. Don't worry about that. I've been somebody that took a bit more banter before, but it's nothing I'm not used to. I'm actually working a little bit of a case here, and I've noticed that this guy has kind of been harassing some of these stores. If you have any problems, do approach me. I'm somebody that you'll see around the city.
Actually did have a problem with him before. Well, I had a run-in with him before. I was at Marvin's Apothecary down the road, and he was outside, and the whole place had been absolutely ransacked. I definitely think that there is some connection between the two. I don't know if he for certain robbed the place or knows who did it, but I was there. He was talking all about it outside of the shop, gloating, as he seems to commonly do, and also just the owner of the apothecary was very distressed. I know he doesn't want. He wants to keep it under wraps. He is very scared, and he wouldn't want me getting involved. But unfortunately, I cannot stop myself. So, if you could, you're doing. Thank you for working, I guess, on this because.
Yeah, I'm somebody that's stationed here with some of my other buddies as well. If you have anything else, please. You see that he puts down a small piece of paper. He says, "Please go over here and ask for me. The name is Kolvik. I'm somebody that works with the Kingsguard, and I'm here to investigate any type of problems that are happening around here. Okay?"
I definitely will, and I'm sure I'll be keeping an eye out as well. Thank you for your service.
Yes, thank you. Much appreciated. You see that the tea and the tea and biscuits are set up for you. It's like, your tea and biscuits, ma'am?
Oh, of course. Do you have a napkin, perchance?
Oh, yes. You see that the small apron they're wearing. They pull out a small handkerchief for you. They're like, "Here you go." You see that the guy puts down a couple gold and silver on the table. He's like, "I'll pay for her tab. Don't worry about that. I got it."
Oh, thank you. She's gonna take the napkin. She's gonna go up and she's gonna wipe off the spot on the ground that the fuck ass guy spit on and clean it, and turn to the waitress and be like, "You shouldn't have someone be dirtying your establishment, and it is partially my fault, and I deeply apologize for that."
No, please don't apologize. We have instances where we have somebody who I guess runs this area, and unfortunately we have to abide by them, unfortunately. So
well, luckily for you, I'm not from this area, and so I don't have to abide by it. My name is Fionn, and if you ever need anything, I can clearly I gave him a run for his money. So,
Yes, but I will say, as he kind of gets closer to your ear and whispers, he says, "I would highly recommend you don't make yourself too out there in the city, as she will inevitably find you." Um,
she.
yes, I'm afraid I can't name names. As you see that some of the bar patrons kind of like you see that they look over at you guys as you look at them, but they as soon as you look at the other bar patron or the other people in the store, they immediately look away. He's like, yes, it is not wise to say her name around here, but she is watching, and I'm afraid there
Why
there
don't
isn't
you
anything
stop
more.
by the inn that I'm staying at this evening? We can talk more in private then.
Oh, uh, very well. You see that the elderly gentleman goes over. He's like, yes. What inn will you be staying at?
Cube, what inn will I be staying at?
You're staying at the I believe I called it Blood Silver Inn.
I'll be staying at the Blood Silver Inn.
Ah, the one just across the way. Very well.
Yes.
Yes. If you need any help as well, as he looks at the guy, he says, "If you need any help as well, I will be there as well to help out. We are part of the King's Guard. We always make sure that the security in the cities are always, we're always making sure that everybody and the citizens are safe. So if you have any problems or anything with anybody, do let us know." As you see that he looks over, he's like, seems like it's about my time to be on shift. Sorry, I didn't catch your name. As he looks over at you, Fion.
Fion is my name.
Yeah,
Pleasure to meet you.
yeah, pleasure to meet you as well. Kolvik Aman, as he holds out his hand for a handshake. Pleasure to meet you.
She will shake his hand. It's nice to meet you. I hope I won't have to talk to you again about these issues anytime soon. Just like a half laugh, giggle thing.
I hope not as well. It's a little more difficult to get a lot of the people around here when they are keeping a lot of stuff under wraps. So unfortunately, it's hard when, to be somebody part of the law, when a lot of the people are trying to keep things on the wraps and away from you. So never mind that. I'm currently running very late. I will. What time will you be over at the Blood Silver Inn?
Around 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock.
Good time.
Gotcha. I will be there to
Right
meet up with
during
you as
the
well.
bar rush, I would guess. So everyone will be in, eating and dining. We should have plenty of privacy.
Very well. I will meet you there as well, and hopefully bring some of my compatriots to help out with this investigation as well. Thank you for your time. As you see that he kind of gives you guys a small bow, and he leaves. As you see that the worker looks at you, he's like, "Is that all, ma'am?"
Yes, I'll be on my way. 7 o'clock, Blood Silver Inn. Got it?
Right. Thank you. As you
Of
see that
course.
he gives you a small bow, and you make your way out. So you make your way out, and from there we will cut to Karuni. So our dearest Karuni, you see, as you are waking up and your eyes are beginning to readjust to the room, you notice as well that you're waking up and you're hearing a lot of like commotion and noises outside, and it's just about roughly about a good hour into the day. I'd say you guys woke up roughly around like maybe 8-ish. You wake up and you see that you are getting up, and you make your way outside to see that Celeste and Mercurio seem to be talking over at a small table. You see that there seems to be people that are starting to make their way into the Blood Silver Inn, checking into rooms, or going over and getting breakfast. Anything you do here? Karuni? Sailor?
Oh shit, my bad. Oh. I just saw y'all go put some in the thing. Karuni. I'm assuming Eric's still asleep, right?
Yes, he's still asleep, and you can hear him saying, like, mumbling something in his sleep. Yaka, what is it that Eric seems to be, like, mumbling in his sleep? Like he's lost in thought.
I got like 2 answers, but I'm going to go with
Say whatever you feel more comfortable with. Say whatever you feel more comfortable with.
something along the lines of like the urgency of the situation they're in, how they're still on the lam, and how they still have to take care of whatever's going on in Estragos.
Yeah,
And how they just can't sleep despite the fact that he said expressly that they can't sleep because they need to do this now.
Yeah, you hear him mumbling a lot in his sleep as you make your way out. Anything you do here in the foyer?
Actually, what I was gonna do is I was gonna have Hellfire. If he's gonna have her summon, like she probably summoned him in the nighttime. I'm gonna have Hellfire stay in the room with Eric, so he's like guarding him in a way before she goes into the foyer and meets with whoever's there, which I'm assuming is Mercurial and Celeste.
Okay. So to give a bit more of a description of Hellfire, like I said, Hellfire is about as big as a Siberian Mastiff. So you bring in Hellfire, and you see that a lot of the people in the lobby are backing off and looking at you, kind of terrified as you are walking this Siberian Mastiff size dragon into one of the rooms. And you make your way back out.
Rooney, as she's walking, she's like, "Oh, don't worry about him. He doesn't bite."
You hear lots and lots of whispers and gossip happening as you are bringing Hellfire over to the room. But yeah, you bring him over to the room. And yeah, he's there with Eric. Anything else you do?
She's gonna look at Hellfire. She's like, "Oh, don't mind them up in the front. They don't know anything. All right, you take care of your dad now." And then she heads back to the foyer.
Yeah, before you leave, you see that Hellfire. Before you move away from Hellfire, you see that Hellfire blows a bit of smoke in your face before you make your way out. Yeah, you make your way out. You go down to the foyer. You see that Celeste and Mercurius are sitting over by a table, eating some breakfast. And you see Mercurius. He's like, "Hey, there she is, the Elven Princess herself."
Please, no need for fancy
Queen,
titles.
bitch.
One
Get
second.
it right.
No need for fancy titles. Just Karuni, you know that. And she takes her seat.
Sorry, I had to go open the door. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. She's just gonna be like, "Please, no fancy titles. It's just Karuni, you know that." Before she takes a seat.
Yeah, no, I'm just messing with you. So, where's Eric? Not awake yet?
Surprisingly, he slept in.
I could have sworn he said something about not falling asleep. Ironic, ain't it? Oh well, we got a couple things here. I mean, we have some tea. I ate a good bit of the snack here on the table. Celeste got a couple sandwiches. You see that Mercurial slides over the menu too. He's like, "Yeah, so they got a couple things here. Not anything too fancy, but yeah, that's pretty good. It's pretty good."
All right. I guess I'll take a look. And she just reviews the menu over until somebody else comes in.
Yep. A good minute passed by as you see that one of the maids comes over. She's like, "Hi, I see that you have a new member here at your table. Can I get you anything?"
Just a coffee for me. As then she looks back. She's like, "Oh wait, y'all got anything vegetarian?"
Vegetarian options. I believe the only vegetarian options we have here is our steamed potatoes, and I believe we also have some. I believe we have a pot pie, but it is we use strictly vegetables with that. Is that okay?
She looks and she's like, "Can you just make the omelet without the ham in it?"
Omelet without the ham? Of course. Yes, of course. We'll get that set up for you. Okay. Anything else?
And yeah, get an Earl Grey tea. And she hands the menu back to him.
Very well.
Yeah.
Earl Grey tea, coffee, and a omelet. No ham. It does have bacon in it. Is that okay?
No.
So no meat. Gotcha. So no meat. Okay. We'll go ahead and bring this out. You see that she brings it out to brings the thing over to the kitchen. 1 second.
Who the fuck asked that to use bacon? Okay.
Says it has ham. Say you don't want ham. Says it has bacon. Ask if that's okay.
I was like, no. What?
Do you want ham? No. Okay. It has ham. Is that okay?
Please the omelet with no meat, please. Yeah, is meat okay on it? To be honest, if Bab would have been asked that question, that bartender wouldn't be alive.
No, I legit was about to. I was legit about to say something, but then I just said no. That's all I needed to say.
Okay.
You brought up the wrong meat.
All right. And you see that she brings over all of the. You see that a good like maybe 2-3 minutes later. You see that all the items are brought out and made sure that they're all fresh. As she lays it out one by one, she's like, "Oh, did you want anything for your coffee? Any milk, sugar, anything?"
I'll have it as is. Thanks again. Hello.
Yeah. Sorry. My mom was talking to me. Sorry. Go ahead.
Essentially, she'll just have it as it is.
Oh, okay. You see that she gives a small bow and she leaves. As you see Mercurio looks over, he's like, "Huh. They actually use. How many eggs do you think they use in this thing? It's pretty big." Ooh.
I don't know how much eggs do they even use for omelet?
Eh, I don't know. Well, anything you doing today?
This is the Karuni, right?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. I forgot the accent
And
for a second.
if Celeste also wants to chime in as well, she also can.
Okay. Karuni just thinks for a moment, and she's like, well, it depends on what Eric thinks. But as for me, I'll just explore the city around, see
Okay.
what there is available, and maybe something useful to get back to him with. But other than that,
Yeah. I did remember that in the city I did see a couple places where you can get like you see that Mercurio looks over, he's like, "Yeah, I did see that there were a couple places where you could be able to go pick up like I saw a couple like apothecaries or something like that. I don't know. Blacksmiths around the city. I don't know. I think it'd be a good chance to stop by those places because what I'm hearing from Eric, something big sounds like it's going down somewhere in the city."
so I guess it's a good thing that you two should go out and stock up on some stuff.
Yeah, I was thinking I was gonna go stop by somewhere, but where are we stopping first, Celeste?
Well, we can probably try out the blacksmith. I know you've been talking about wanting to go to one for a while.
Yeah, I need to get some better fitted armor because I forgot that some of the armor's a little small on me now. I need to get new ones. Some of the pauldrons feel a little tight on the shoulders. It's kind of hard to swing. A glaive, when you're kind of tight on the shoulder. Just whatever, but I just need to get some of my stuff refitted.
Is the cod piece too tight?
Oh my god. Bruh.
Well, what the fuck was that? Did someone join? It was super fucking loud. Holy shit.
Sorry.
All right, so you guys continue over breakfast, and coincidentally enough, Eric, as you are moving throughout your dream, telling yourself to make sure to not go to sleep and thinking about all the current issues that are happening right now in front of you guys, that you feel like you're starting to become breathless. Like it's becoming very hard to breathe.
Polly, stop.
Hmm. Anything else?
Sorry, I was responding to something. So as you are, as it feels like it's getting harder and harder to breathe, you feel yourself starting to move on from sleeping and are starting to wake up a little bit to see that the light is shining through the window above you guys. But you feel that there is a very heavy weight on your chest that is like pressing down on you right now.
Corinne, how much did you have to eat at the fair?
As you tilt your head up to look, you see
You
that
need to
there is.
moisturize. Oh, your skin
You
is
see-
so hard. You need to moisturize.
As you look up, you see a tail that ends up smacking you in the face as you hear a very familiar bellowing sound.
Ow. What the fuck?
You see that you look over and it's Hellfire. But from what you're looking at, it is Hellfire's tail end that is facing towards you. As you see that Hellfire is kind of like laying down on you.
Hellfire, get off. Get off.
Give me a strength check.
Rat.
Give me a strength check.
That's a 10.
You see that as you are trying to push Hellfire off, you see that you managed to push him off of your chest, but now he is now putting his full weight on your legs now.
I hate you.
A good few minutes later and a little bit of trying to persuade Hellfire to get off of you, you are now up, but your legs still feel slightly numb. As you get all of your gear together and you make your way out, you see that Hellfire follows out as well. You see that you spot Karuni, Mercurio, and Celeste sitting at a table, as it seems like they're eating breakfast.
Good morrow.
You see that you catch their attention, like, hey, there he is, the sleepy man himself.
I want you to die.
Trust me.
Did you sleep well, dear?
I slept. It's about as good as I can ask for.
Yeah, I thought we weren't supposed to sleep last night. Were we not supposed to?
No.
Huh. Well, too late. You already slept. But I will say, the beds are really comfortable here. It's actually weird. Actually more comfortable than the ones back in Ravenfall. I wonder what they did here.
I mean, it is a hope. It is an inn, so they have to have it comfortable.
Fair enough. Anyway, we got some food here for you. There's an omelet.
I'll pass.
Well, we already spent the money for it.
Did you ask me if I wanted to eat?
Well, it was more Crudy's idea getting the food.
I did tell them to make it vegetarian.
I'm fine.
Okay. At least drink the tea.
I'll take the tea.
Good.
Alright. Well, seems like we got almost everybody here. Still wondering where the hell Fion went. Anybody see her?
Quite frankly, I could do without her.
Hey, don't be saying that, man. She's someone new. It's nice to get to know somebody. No? Well, I guess not. If it's you, I guess you don't like to meet new people. You see Mercurio kind of like sits himself up in his seat again. He's like, all right, well, what's the plan for today? Are we gonna do anything major or?
We're going to storm that abandoned church.
In broad daylight?
To fucking throttle you if you ask another dumb fucking question again.
Well, I'm asking because I don't know. Sorry, I can't read your mind.
I need him out of my sight before I do something.
Okay. Celeste just gets up. She's like, okay. I think maybe the best course of action is to kind of maybe gather up some supplies, just in case if we do end up breaking into that church, we don't really get caught off guard.
Fine.
Okay, great.
I guess it's better for us to get ready for that, I guess. And kicking off lastly is Vaprold. Vaprold, as you are waking up, you notice as well you hear a lot of the commotion that's happening, and you make your way out and you see that there's people that are in the foyer, and of course you also spot Celeste, Eric, Mercurio, and Karuni over there sitting by the table with a bit of food, chatting it up.
Wait a second.
Oh.
This is the forgotten smell.
The others would just see Bab just like sniffing the air, just like with a weird look on his face.
God, what? I smell a bitch.
I smell bitch. Anywhere
Well, I know
back
what I'm doing today behind their back. Hey mates, don't tell them. We have plans tonight. But don't say anything yet. It's a surprise for later.
As I approach them.
You guys hear Baprold. You guys hear like some mumblings as you guys see that Baprold is making his way downstairs. You see Mercurio looks like, hey, that's someone else right there. Our mission is Zoro and Fion. We can get the party started. Also, Shamar.
Okay.
Anyone seen Shamar yet?
I think she has some issues with her bones. Drum roll, please.
Oh.
Yeah, I think she got hit by a carriage.
Yeah, it could be. It happens to rogues every now and then. They're very
Okay,
easy
well-
to
It ran
miss.
away.
I will have to pause the RP. I'll have to be right back.
Crazy.
That is what? Oh my god. But
Hey, if no one stops me, it's fair game.
I can't believe it.
that is kind of a, you know what? Yeah, that is kind of a skill set. So.
It's just the way I say my vowels. I try to use the T land pronunciations of words. Bro really didn't know what the fuck a scone was. That was fucking crazy to me. That made me mad.
No, they didn't know what a scone was.
I said I was like, oh, a scone, and then I'm like, humans
And
would
then
say
you said,
scone.
"Oh, is that the human way to say it?" Because I'm an elf, by the way, in this very racist town.
She has fucking pointed ears. Like, like what? She's not hiding her ears. Like, they're gonna fucking know.
Self-confident queen. We love that.
Get
She
Lynch
doesn't-
speedrun challenge.
Oh my goodness.
She doesn't get lynched. She does the lynching.
That is quite interesting.
You know what's interesting is how we said we had to assault the church by night, and then we slept anyways.
Yeah. In an alternate universe, Bab's corpse is still sitting in the bar chair.
Did Bapril
What?
die?
He died the way
No,
that
no,
he
no.
loved. That he died
No.
what he loved doing, drinking.
Yeah. Yep, he was waiting. He was having a staring contest with Celeste so badly that it both forgot to assassinate.
That means Celeste is also dead.
Oh yeah, that was what I was implying with the bar picture of the two skeletons.
Nah, sorry, but she'll be leaving. She's got a life. Respectfully.
Theon she doesn't deal with people's shit. It's so fun to play a character
Hey,
like
you're not
that.
going around spreading lies, are you, buddy? Kakaboosh.
Literally, the way Cube plays villains, they're so unserious.
They
Like, I
are.
am not
They
threatened. He's like, you should keep your mouth shut. And I'm like,
back, buddy.
I'm like, stop,
It's like
bruh.
an 80s. It's like an 80s bully, like a 1980s like.
Literally is a fucking 80s high school bully, dude.
Watch it twerp. I'm gonna shove
Except
you in the nearest locker.
Instead of the 1980s, it's the fucking 1680s.
Literally, Cube's never met an evil person in his life.
Bless his soul. He has never met an
Bless
evil
his
person
soul.
ever.
Bless his pure soul. Not me
Literally.
though. My grandma.
Not me though. Oh,
Not me though.
Okay, I'm back. Forgive me. I'm back.
Crazy.
Hello.
You are evil as shit.
I'm not evil. I'm just like a little guy. What do you mean?
He's a
He's
little
chill
guy.
He is a
okay.
chill guy.
Sorry, continue with RP. So, Batbold made his way downstairs, mumbling to himself. You guys kind of can hear it, but not as much.
Me.
Schizo posting.
He's me.
I think, you're right there. You're right, Batbold.
Hey. That reminds me. Mercurial, quick question. You smell that too, right?
No. Am I supposed to smell something? I smell food.
Deep inhale. Deep inhale. There are faint hints of bitch-ass activity. Meaning
I think I
today.
smell it.
Perfect. This implies someone started trouble here in the morning, which means that if things go badly at the church, we always have a secondary option.
That being?
Finding the bitch, killing the bitch, possibly eating the bitch. As I stare at Eric, like, with a look of like, how is he gonna react?
It's like experimenting.
The blankest there. This is like the 500th time he's pulled this.
He's gonna pull the David Martinez stare from Cyberpunk Edgerunners.
We'll iron out the details later. But speaking of church, what's the plan here?
Well, knowing that Zoro's an insider now, we just follow his lead after he clears the guard so no one rouses suspicion.
Damn, Zoro's finally in the sex cult?
What?
Took you long enough, buddy.
You see that Mercurio grabs a cookie? He's like, I don't think that's what he's talking about, but
And the what? I didn't hear what you said.
Sex cult.
sex cult. You see how Mercurio's like taking bites out of the cookie. He's like, yeah, I don't think that is that what the King Guard is? They're like some weird cult like that.
I mean, they do love sucking each other off.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if they had something going on like that.
Yeah, no. Here, knowing what I know about them, wouldn't be surprised.
What do you know about them?
Well, what we know now, Decimus coming back, A-Trax, I don't know. All that type of shit. All I know is they make some really damn good cookies here. Holy shit.
Damn. Alrighty. What's with the... So the rogue's missing out today? Or is she just hiding and I can't see her again?
I don't know. We didn't see her since last night. She hadn't made her way with us anywhere. We couldn't find her, so... I have no clue.
I would like to do a little test, as I would like to hard swing the air next to me.
Okay, yeah. You hard swing the air, nothing happens. You just see that some of the patrons that are inside of the foyer are just looking at you weirdly.
I would like to play it off as me shadowboxing.
I'm gonna need you to give me a
Like, it's gonna
performance.
make it any fucking better.
I'm gonna need you to give me a performance check.
Okay. Hold up, my sheet is loading. Performance with guidance. I might need that guidance very much.
What is your check?
That's a 13.
Yeah, so Eric, you just see Baprold like make a wide swing in the air as you see that he waits for a couple moments, as you see some people kind of look at him, and then you see he kind of like stances up again with his fist, like he's shadow boxing, but it's like kind of sluggish that you're looking at.
Thank God he uses a mace.
Katie just watches that she's like serving her coffee, and she's like, "I've heard of breakfast and dinner in the show, but never breakfast in the show. Look at that."
Well, we got something. And a couple bits while Baprold is shadowboxing, you guys hear the door open again, but instead of it being one of a different like person of the joining the or making their way into the foyer, you see it's Fion.
Oh, hello.
Oh, well, there she is. Where you been?
I've been investigating a crime. I've actually got a meeting with the King's Guard this evening to discuss it.
That's you see that he looks at everybody else. He's like, that's kind of weird to say. We're gonna raid them soon enough, aren't we?
What did you do?
I didn't do anything. I went to an apothecary to see if there's anything I could do to, help my brother and your friend. And it was completely ransacked. And then I bumped into that guy at a cafe this morning. And I guess there's some figure that's been really bothering the people here. And I'm meeting with a victim this evening, and the King's Guard, a bunch of them said they wanted to. One of them, his name was. Began with a C. I don't know. It was something. He said that he would also meet me there and maybe bring some of his friends along as well.
That doesn't sound good.
No, he was.
More and more of a liability every day.
Well,
No,
I mean, we're gonna be raiding them not too long from now, aren't we?
I haven't seen you lot
I'd like
in.
to say it louder for the people in the back.
Well, I'm trying to keep it down. It's kind of hard to,
I haven't seen you lot for an entire day, so how would I have known that? And also,
Okay.
Maybe if you had came to me when I told you to come over to me and not ignore me and walked off like an asshole.
Okay.
here's something. Anyways,
Shit,
but the people here need help, and the King's Guard are who is investigating it. So it's not going to be too bad if I meet with them for one evening.
Well, we have somebody else who's also meeting with some of the King's Guard too.
Even more informants. I don't see how this could be a bad thing.
Well, he's not exactly an informant. He's gonna work for them now.
Oh, so he's on the. But you lot don't like them. So
We don't. We're
Why
don't
would you
know.
work for them?
I don't know. Speaking of
What's
which,
happening?
where is Zoro? Has he not come out yet?
No.
Huh.
He hasn't.
I guess I'll go wake him up. You see that Mercurio gets up and kind of scoots past, like, I guess I'll go wake him up. I'll be right back. As you see that Mercurio makes his way upstairs. cutting back to Zoro. Zoro, what was it that you were doing from the time of last night all the way up until now when morning hit?
I was looking at the scroll that that Eric gave me of Dragon's Breath and trying to configure it into a rune.
Okay. So you were in the process of, getting through it. Daylight begins to break out through your window, and a good couple hours later, as you're still kind of getting the hang of it, you hear a knock at your door.
Yes.
Hey! So everybody's downstairs. We even found Fion, but kind of got some bad news. If you want to come join us.
I guess so. Love bad news.
Don't we all? You see that? You guys see that? Zoro and Mercurio are making their way downstairs. Like, he's up. You see that Mercurio sits down. He's like, so, anyone want to break the bad news to him?
What's the bad news?
We're raiding the King's Guard by nightfall. And we're doing it by nightfall this time. And I swear to God, if we don't do it by nightfall this time,
But
I'm
they've-
gonna go over and do it my fucking self.
They've already got. No. I've got plans with the King's Guard at night this evening.
Tell them to make way.
Yeah, we kind of got tangled up in a lot of more King's Guard stuff while you were in your room.
Okay. Well, if there's anyone that's gonna be meeting with the King's Guard, it's gonna be me and us as well, because I have a mission for them.
Well, I've already scheduled the meeting, so I guess I will also be meeting with them. Not to rain on your parade, but
Either way, we're gonna be meeting them, so it's not like it. What does matter to me is how we're going to make that work.
Okay, well, we'll think about it one at a time then. Why don't, what are you gonna be doing with the King's Guard, Zoro?
I have a package I need to run.
Package? What, like
Yeah.
a weapon or something?
No. Someone in a cage.
Oh.
Are
That-
you fucking human trafficking?
Do not know whether or not I am. But
Uh.
as far as I'm concerned, we don't exactly have a choice in the matter, considering it's just one step closer to us figuring out what it is that's going on, as well as us getting to the church. Because, funnily enough, I have to take them to the church. So,
Oh.
human
Oh.
trafficking or not, it's something I have to do. And if it is human trafficking, I'm sure there's going to be some way that we'll be able to help.
Okay. Well, I mean, if that's one more person we could be able to help get away from these bastards, and yeah, I mean, hey, do you. Just hope you're not planning to take the other side, are you?
As far as I'm concerned, I don't think so. I'll let you know if I change my mind.
Fair enough.
You do like to do so.
Yeah. Well, I guess we got everything sorted. Should we kind of prep for all of this? Because, I mean, we got to prep for the raid. He points at Fiona's like, you got to prep for a meeting with somebody. And then he points at Zoro's like, got to traffic someone, I guess. So,
Someone, something,
yeah, whatever it could be.
either way.
Well, I think our best bet right now is probably for us to probably go get, I don't know, gear or something to kind of get prepped and see if we can try to get ourselves ready for whatever the hell we're going to come up with. I mean, hey, worst case scenario, we have to go do fighting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ain't a bad thing,
Worst case
right?
scenario.
Yeah, what could go wrong, right? So, you see that Mercurio gets up, is like, so with that done, with breakfast, I guess, he looks over at you, Celeste, he's like, should we get going to the market, see what we can get?
I think that's a good idea.
Alright, so, who wants to go with us? We're probably gonna go pick up supplies in the market.
See you guys later. And
Alright.
then Zora's gonna go ahead and go back upstairs.
I don't mind.
Oh.
Continue my investigations. So,
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, you do what you need to. Baproad, you gonna join us?
You see Bathroad still shadow boxing, but he's bleeding from the mouth. He's somehow losing.
Uh,
I don't know. I didn't bother asking him.
I guess not.
What?
Never mind. You do you, man. I think you're winning. Yeah, I think you're getting there.
Yeah.
Hang in there. You're
I
doing
lost
great.
feeling one of my nuts. But I think I got him.
You're doing amazing, sweetie.
Yeah.
Don't call me sweetie, I'm older than you.
I was quoting Jenner.
Well, Eric, Rooney, you guys want to join us?
Crudy looks at Eric. Got something in mind we can do?
Well, any of you who are headed to the market, and he'll hold up like his hand with his palm facing outwards, and then swirl it around, and then out is a diamond. Pick up a diamond, some pocket change for you to spend.
Oh. Well, that's mighty generous of you. Okay.
Pocket change, he says.
That's a whole diamond.
Well, hey, whatever money we can get, we can be able to use it for, I don't know, something we're gonna need, I guess. So, hey, ain't no problem. All right, well, I guess Celeste and I are gonna head out. Just pick up whatever we can, and what time should we head back here? Because if I'm looking at the time, you see that Mercurio looks over at a clock. He's like, if I'm looking at the time,
You don't know how to do math, Mercurio.
the time,
The time that we should head back should be when the sun is setting.
right, yeah, when the sun is setting, yeah, that's right, and whatever time that is, yeah,
Which will give us roughly 8 hours.
yeah, I knew that, yeah, all right, well,
We didn't.
we'll head out now. All right, you see that Mercurio starts making his way over, and making his way out of the inn to go to the market.
Bjorn was gonna tag along with us.
You literally betrayed us, dude.
Us.
Anything you guys do here? Before you guys go ahead and move on a bit of time.
me when Cube has selective hearing.
Bro, you were muted.
I wasn't muted.
Yes, you were.
Did you?
Was I muted the whole fucking?
Yeah.
I'm
You were.
killing myself. I literally responded. Oh, I'm killing myself.
Oh my god! What is it
I'm
that
really-
Fion
I'm
said?
trying
What
my-
is it that Fion
She
said?
said that she'd tag along. 'Cause
Okay.
She's got some investigating to do.
Okay.
Because it's the
Okay.
markets that are being harassed.
Okay, that's fine then. Yeah. So we'll say that Fion tagged along with Mercurio and Celeste. So we'll cut over.
Molest.
We'll cut over with Celeste, Fiona, and Mercurio. So you guys see that as you guys are walking through the markets, you see that there's a lot of people selling like fruits, vegetables. There's a couple stalls that are selling food, that is delicacies that are here. You see that there are some places that are advertising armor and weapons, advertising some blacksmiths that you guys can go to. Anything you guys want to go check out here in the market particularly?
Before we start, Who took a diamond?
Well, Mercurio took one.
Leech.
I did not.
Celeste took.
Okay.
Fion's not a leech.
Well, you're leeching off of us by existing.
By existing. Okay, so you guys are here at the market stalls. There's a bunch of people that are, moseying around at some of the stalls. Just to double check again. So we got Mercurio and Celeste and Fion. Did Eric and Karuni tag along?
Eric's got some errand to do, so yeah.
No, they did not.
So they didn't tag along. Okay, so then it's just Mercurio, Celeste, and Fion. Okay, so based off of the roles that you guys gave me earlier, we will start with Celeste. So Celeste, is anywhere in this market you want to start?
Are there any? I actually looking at her inventory as we speak. Are there any like locksmiths around by any chance that she can probably like a lock picking kit? Because I don't have one. For some odd
Well,
reason.
You have one. You have one. I gave you the super duper lockpicking set. We picked
I
up.
don't
did.
have it.
oh,
Add it
she
to your
didn't put it.
inventory. It's not a real item. We just made it for the situation. Add it
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah,
Okay,
she
we can
added to the-
ignore that. Let's go
Okay.
with that.
Anywhere else in the market you want to check out particularly?
What the fuck? Is there any swords around by any chance?
Well, as you mosey on over to some of the places where there are like the blacksmithing section, you see that there are a couple stalls that are advertising, swords, weaponry, bows. They're selling like these cool designs of these swords. Which, if with your battle experience that you've had thus far, Celeste, you can tell that a lot of the swords that you are looking at are very impractical. Like some of the guards are too short. You see that these like basket handles on two-handed weapons just seem a little too outlandish. You see that some of the weapons that people are testing out, they seem to be too top heavy. You can see that a lot of the weapons here they're advertising are like very impractical. But you notice that there seems to be one small shop. There's one little blacksmithing shop that doesn't have anybody but just one old man that seems to be sitting on a chair next to his anvil.
She approaches him and she's like, good morning.
The man does not respond, but you see that he moves over to look at you, and you can kind of see his eyes. You see that his eyes are what looks like mostly almost like grayed out. You can see that it looks like he's almost blind almost. As you look at him, he says, "Oh, hello there. Are you here to check my wares?"
Yeah, just to see what you have in stock.
Well, you see that he slowly gets up off of his chair as he kind of stands up. He's fairly short. He looks about like a good 4 foot from what you're looking at. He's like a good 4 feet. You see that he puts his hands behind his back as he goes over to the side, and he looks back at you and just motions for you to follow him. He's like, "Come here, my wares are this way."
Celeste follows behind.
Okay. You follow behind and you make your way over. You see that there is like a doorway that leads into the main part of his blacksmith or of his smithy, and you see that there is as you make your way in, you see that the place seems fairly run down and old almost. There's a lot of cobwebs everywhere. It looks like the furnace hasn't been lit up in a long time. But you see that he has only 3 weapons out in display. You see that he has a dagger, you see that he has a longsword, and then you also see that he has a mace that seems to be out on display. You see that he motions over. He says, "These
are my prized possessions. If you'd like to purchase, they're only 10 gold a weapon.
10 gold?
Yes.
Pretty reasonable. She's gonna take the longsword and she's gonna get a feel for it. in her hand.
You take the longsword, and you feel that the longsword almost like contours almost, because it seemed like from what you're looking at, the longsword seemed much larger, but the moment that you place your hand on it and hold it, it's almost as if the metal itself begins to bend and shape itself to now a perfect fit for your hands. So now it seems like a weapon that is like, it seems like a fairly reasonable size compared to compared to Celeste's body, and it seems like a fairly good weapon. It swings well, it's balanced in the right spots, the guard is just big enough for you to be able to block any attacks that come down to your hand. It seems almost magical that it is contouring to your needs.
Tell me. Ugh, no one wasted that. How long have you been smithing for?
Oh, I was smithing for as long as I can remember. I think I've been smithing for maybe 57 years now. But I've lost my touch. I can no longer use the hammer.
As you see that he holds out his very small and frail hands as it seems like it's shaking. He's like,
I can't wield a hammer like I used to. But these are my prized weapons I've made in my 57 years of smithing.
Oh, poor guy. Nope. I'm assuming no plans of retiring?
Well, when my hands no longer worked the forge, that was when I retired. So, I gave everything I could. A lot of the adventurers over the ages loved my work, but since I can no longer work the forge, my craft is gone. All I have left are relics of a time when I could work it, and when the forge was raging with flames. They said I was like an artist. I doubt it, but these are all I can show for now. I do hope you are willing to take these, as, well, they've only been sitting here, waiting for a new master to serve.
Celeste just looks to him and she looks like the sword and the rest of the weapons, and she's like, 10 gold each, right?
Yes.
Alright. She's gonna buy the whole stock.
Oh. Well, how mighty generous of you.
you see that as you go over to pick up the dagger, you notice that there seems to be what looks like a book behind some cobwebs behind the dagger.
Was this meant to be here? As she grabs the book.
My journal of smithing. That's right. I had forgotten I had left it there. Well, the shop will be closing soon. Why don't you keep it? Maybe there might be another blacksmith to take up my craft. I hope.
Well, that's very generous of you. And then she takes out the 30 gold for the weapons.
Okay. You hand him the 30 gold. And you make your way out with 3 weapons. You make your way out with a dagger, a longsword, and a mace. As you make your way out, we'll cut over to Miss Fion. So, Fion, as you see that Celeste made her way out into the market, where is it that you are looking? What is it that you're looking for in particular in this market?
Can I head back to the apothecary shop?
Yeah, of course. So, you make your way back to the apothecary shop, and you see that some of the windows that have been broken from that time that you came there, that you went over there and checked it out, you see that some of them have been boarded up with wood. You make your way in, and you see that Marvin is still there. You see that he's just mopping up the floor, but you see that the place is fairly clean now, albeit empty, but it's clean. You see that there are tables that are laying out some empty glass vials. Presumably, these are going to be potions that are going to be out in display. And yeah, you see that he's just there cleaning the place. He says, as you make your way in, you see Marvin looks at you. He says, "Oh, hi. Surprised you're back."
Hello. It's good to see you again. I stopped by a cafe this morning and I bumped into a familiar face, and I was wondering if you could share some input about this gentleman. I saw him outside of your shop the other day, right after the place was ransacked.
Yes. I hope you didn't disturb him, did you?
Is he asking if I disturbed him or if he disturbed me?
He's asking if you disturbed him.
I definitely gave him a run for his money. He was a little embarrassed in front of an entire cafe full of people.
Oh no.
Why?
Well, seeing as I'm not exactly obligated to tell you, but I don't really fucking care anymore. Follow me.
You see that he leads you over to one of the back rooms of the apothecary.
She's gonna follow him to the back room.
You see that he takes you over to the back room. You see that he looks outside for a couple more moments before closing the door and locking it. He says, "Okay. What did you tell him? The guy?"
I told him to, for starters, well, I asked for the ending. I told him to fuck off. That I know some people who, could singe his face off. And I asked him politely at first, which eventually led to the other threats, to leave the people alone.
Well, I'm afraid to tell you, but you have now labeled yourself a target. Seeing as how I don't really care for my life anymore, I might as well tell you. There's a particular person that frequents the city. They claim the city as their territory, and those who make up shop here must run it by her first. Have you heard of the name Netta Wingwind by any chance?
Definitely the first name doesn't sound familiar in the slightest, but the surname, I think she might be a friend of her sister, might be a friend of my brother's.
Oh, this makes it even worse.
Falcoral?
Oh, Falcoral. That poor girl. Well, you see, Netta has made a infamous name for herself here in the city. God damn it. Fucking again, there's somebody at my door. For fuck's sake.
I'm gonna go get Jello.
Whoa.
Okay. Sorry.
Floor drop, crazy.
Sorry.
I've never heard of this Netta Wingwind before.
Sorry. I'm here. You see that he is like. You see. You look over at his hands. His hands are like shaking violently. He's like, Netta Wingwind has made a infamous name for herself here. She has a lot of
wait here in the city, and a lot of the people here in the shops need to watch their tone around her. It is said that she listens for anybody who says her name, but seeing as how I don't care, Netta Wingwin is the one that rules this territory, I guess you can call it. She's one of the
Well-
few that runs a underworld illegal apothecary that sells very not so great potions on that you can't really find on markets. So you
Then
made
she should
yourself
be
a target
targeting
for.
me.
No, instead
Yes.
you have made yourself a target for Netta. Because anyone
I-
who decides to piss off Netta's few people, which that guy that you met the other night, and I'm assuming met at the cafe as well, happens to be somebody who works with Netta. And you have now placed yourself a target on your
To
back.
them, I might seem as a target, and I'm not, particularly special, but the reason I stopped into your shop a couple of days ago is my brother is very ill. He has a disease related to magic that will kill him, and Netta's sister has the same problem, and I'm trying to fix it.
Yes, you gave me the recipe for it, and I have all the things that you need. I have
I-
them ordered, and they're
How does,
on the way here.
how does one find the underground apothecary?
You don't. Netta's the one that finds you, or rather, her, I don't know, lieutenants or something. I don't fucking remember what she calls them. She has people to find you, and
Well,
when she
has
finds
two
you,
options. She could either find me, or I will be setting the King's Guard after her. So she has until this evening to reach out, because I have a meeting with them this evening, and I have informants from the inside. So she has until this evening to get into contact with me.
if I were you, I would highly recommend you leave the region and go into hiding, because she will find you, regardless if you have the King's Guard or not. The King's Guard in the city aren't exactly very helpful in a lot of the situations, because we've had instances like this before, but they refuse to do anything. So, I don't know what King's Guard informant you have, but they better fucking do something.
All right. What could you tell me more about Falcoral? You said poor girl.
Well, I don't know her personally, but I remember. I remember when I was first introduced to Netta. Netta used to talk about her little sister, Falcaril, like somebody she cared about, but then in the same sentence she would end up talking about them like they are somebody that they absolutely abhor. They despise them. She even said herself that she even wanted to strangle her herself if she could, but I don't know. Either something's wrong with her in the brain, if something's wrong with her, I don't know. But she would always talk about Falcaril, and what she said, I don't know. But a lot of the time she would talk about Falcaril in a, I don't know, sincere way, like she misses her or something, but I don't think that's true. I don't think she really cares about Falcaril. I don't know. Everything she spewed out about Falcaril was either a lie or a truth, whatever. I just shrugged it off.
Does she have any other siblings?
She has a few, but I haven't met any of them. The only one that she spoke a lot about was Falcaril. She talked about a brother that was in a wheelchair, but that's it. I don't know anything else she might know. I don't know.
But anything about the Wingman family? Are they from Estragos?
Well, the Wingwind family in particular, their mother was born here in Estragos. Their father. I don't remember. Whatever. Their father was born somewhere else. I don't know where. I don't remember. I just
Are they
remember
still
that
in
their
the
mother was
city?
born here. I don't know. I'm assuming not. there was before the parade started. There was a whole thing where the Wingwins had to leave. They had a whole thing in the parade where they were announcing their departure to somewhere, the new region of some sort. I don't know. They just had something about them leaving Estragos and that they're leaving someone in charge here, and the person they left in charge here was Netta. So Netta's the only one here of the Wingwin family, to my knowledge.
Alrighty then. I am friends with quite a few of Falcoral's friends, and I think that, seeing as I'm one of the few people who know where she is, I think that I've got valuable information for this Netta. So...
I don't know if you want to speak to Netta. I highly wouldn't recommend it. From what I was there with her, she seemed very unstable. She's everywhere in the brain. I don't know. There's something just fucking wrong with her.
Well, then it runs in the family. Having met Falcoral, she's also quite demented. Rest assured, I'm going to do whatever I can to stop her patronizing you. Or at least having her stop ransacking your shop and treating you all very poorly. Bare minimum, her sister's life is in my hands. Not really, but...
Well, regardless, I highly doubt that you would want to be anywhere here in Estragos. If Netta knows you're here, and I'm assuming her bodyguard or whoever the fuck it was that was here probably told her by now, she will probably have somebody find you. When? I don't know. I can't really tell.
Perfect! That's exactly what I want. If she doesn't find me before the evening, then I will tell the King's Guard that he's working specifically on cases like this that I'm friends with. Friends in parentheses, or air quotes. I don't know. So that's actually great. Thank you very much. And she'll give him... How many monies does she have? I think she's poor, but...
She's poor?
Oh, she is. She'll give him, 3 gold pieces. As
Okay.
like a thank you.
You give him 3 gold pieces. Well, thank you for your generosity, I guess. But seriously, I really would recommend you don't speak with Netta, and if you try to find her, I highly suggest you try your best to, I don't know, suck up to her or something. I don't know. Just don't get on her bad side. From what I've heard from some of the other people who have worked with her, she's not exactly somebody who is all right, up there. As he makes a swirl around his temple, he's like, yeah, up there, So I really would recommend you be cautious if you were to talk to her face to face. Okay. Anyway, you see that he opens the door. He's like, anyway, I believe we... you see that the guy has come back, this time with 4 other guards that are with him. He says, well, I see you've been chatting it up with our little friend here, Marvin, have you? I haven't... Marvin?
I need to stop in and check on it.
Yeah,
she
had me. I ordered a couple things for her, and they should be arriving soon. I don't have your potion yet, but please give me a couple more months. But months for this potion?
Well, I've got a dear friend of mine is quite ill. Something Wingwin. I don't remember her name right at the moment. So
let me stop you right
her.
there. What did you say?
Friend of mine, her surname's Wingwin. Falcoral. Her. She's sick. My brother's, with her at the moment. I need some potions commissioned to help her get better.
You see that
do you
the,
know her?
you see that the
By
guy
chance?
you see that the guy stares like daggers at you. He says, "You know of Falcarel and know of
Yes.
the Wingwinds?"
She's got like long black hair, and it's got like she's really pretty. I must say, she's really talented at magic, and you know, I don't know her super well, but I have a bunch of friends who are friends with her. We're kind of like mutual friends. I
You
guess.
see that
Um,
as you are rambling, you see that Marvin kind of nudges you. He's like, shut up.
But
She doesn't know what she's
Def-
talking about. She's
definitely ill.
she needs a potion to help her with her memory." And he's like, "Marvin, shut up."
She's deathly ill, basically, and my brother has the same condition, so I know how to manage it, and that's why I came to Marvin to see. And actually, I think it's if you know her, then if you know if her family lives here or anything, I know she was from Estragos. I'd love to meet with them because it's really quite concerning, and I know what I know how to manage it, but we're working on a cure, and we don't know if she's gonna make it.
I told you the last time was the last time, Marvin. You know what happens the next time you open your mouth, right?
He didn't open his mouth about anything. I commissioned him to help my friend.
We'll have to check the
I'm the
validity
one
of
who-
your statement later. But
We'll have
you,
to check the
Marvin,
validity
you see
of your
that one of
statement
you see that
later.
you see that one of the guards goes over and grabs Marvin by the arm. He's like, "All right, we're gonna have a little talk." And you, as he points at you, Fionn, he's like, "You are gonna come with me."
Oh, could you use your manners, say please first, and also put my friend down? He is on the clock.
You see that the guy kind of like takes like a small inhale. He says, "I don't think you're in the position to ask of anything right now, so I suggest you follow through with what I'm asking you before I start demanding you."
Oh, okay. For sure, and I'm sure that For sure, yeah, just, I respectfully think that, you know, life's a give and take. You want to take me, so you should give this man the opportunity to do his job. So I will not be leaving until you let him continue on with his day.
Give me a persuasion check.
What the fuck? I'm rolling so bad today, chat.
Marvin is cooked. I would like it known that Marvin went out on this limb to try to help Leon. Now he's cooked.
He's dead.
Wait, let me see.
What was-
I forgot I have the lucky feet.
Marvin lives.
Oops.
Wow.
I got a
Nope,
16.
he's fucked.
Yeah, 16.
Okay,
Okay.
Notice this pattern where every person Theo knows, like she's a liability to them. She only causes more trouble for that person.
You see that the guy looks at you for a couple more moments before he looks at the guard holding Marvin. He gives him a nod, and you see that the guard lets go of Marvin as Marvin quickly goes over next to you and kind of like hunkers down next to you. So, let's go.
She'll follow them.
You see that they
Fucking ball.
they start making their way to the door. You see that the guy stops at the door and he looks over at the guard. He says, "Make sure Marvin doesn't leave." You see that the guard gives him a nod before you guys exit. And as you guys exit, you see that he takes you over to like winding parts throughout the city before you end up at what looks like a very broken down building that is under construction over like what looks like the corner of the entire city itself. And as you stand here, you see that he looks over at you. He says, "Wait here a moment." You see that he steps over, and you see that when he steps towards the building, he takes one step, and it seems like he like phases through some type of wall before he completely disappears. And you wait a few more moments before you see his head pop out. He says, "All right, it's clear. Come on in."
She'll walk in through the door wall.
You take a couple steps and you pass by what seems like an illusionary wall to look at what looks like a very like grandeur looking golden like mansion almost. As you see that, it looks like a completely different building than what it looked like on the outside, where it's just like a ruined building. You're now looking at a like very gilded constructed mansion almost. As you see, there seems to be a woman standing at the front. You see there seems to be a woman that's standing at the front, tending to some plants that are on the side. As you see that the guy stops for a moment in front of the steps leading up to the door of the mansion, and you see that he goes down on one knee. He says, "We have someone here to see dear Netta. May we be permitted to enter?" You see that the woman doesn't say anything as she continues to water the plants for a few more moments before she stops and she gets up to look at you. And you see that in her eyes, you see that it looks like her eyes are almost like grayed out. She looks to be like a younger woman, like someone that's like in their 20s. That's just, like with a blank smile, just looking at you. As she looks over, she like patiently waits. Until you see that the guy like opens up one of his eyes and looks at you and says, "Get down on one knee."
She gets on her one knee, I guess.
You kneel in front of the steps as well, as you hear the woman say, "Yes, you're permitted to enter." As you see that she holds out one hand and the doors open up by themselves. As you hear the guy say, "Thank you. We'll make our way in now." You see that he starts making his way in and kind of standing by the door waiting for you to go first.
She will walk through the door.
You walk in and the doors shut behind you. And there is where we'll cut with Fion. And we will cut over to... let's see, who will we want to cut over to? We'll cut over to Zoro for a tidbit. So, Zoro, as you went back to your room, continuing to work on getting the hang of converting Dragon Breath into a rune, you notice that the little sigil that you were given on your hand is beginning to give a dim glow. Zoro?
Okay. How fun. He's just gonna go ahead and look at the rune before he takes a look back outside.
As you look at the rune, it seems like the rune almost acts as if it's like a clock, where you see that one part of the rune is like filled in, kind of like a pie chart, but the rest of it is still the inky black that it was. And as you look over outside, you see that the sun is beginning to pass by, little by little by little. Almost as if this sigil is like a alarm of some sort.
Okay. Well, that's the case. He's gonna go ahead and just I don't know. What is he supposed to do when that happens?
Oh, you were given
'Cause,
your
I mean-
mission. It's up to you how Zora wants to interpret that.
Alright. Well, if that's the case, he's gonna go ahead and remember where it is that he was supposed to go find their find the person that's caged and take them over to the church then.
Okay. So You roll through some of your memory, and you follow whatever memory was there to lead you over to the two large buildings with the small little alleyway in between them. And as you make your way through, you notice that there is a small light at the end of this dark alley, and you make your way through to find a bar that does not have a sign on it. But you do remember this bar. This was the one that you were tasked to go to. And you make your way in. See that the bar is almost empty. There is only two people in this bar. One person that seems to look like they are beyond drunk as they have their head down on the bar, and you see that there is a bartender that seems to be cleaning up a glass.
Okay. It's gonna go ahead and
Where is Shamar? Is she the drunk person dying at the bar?
Shamar. Yeah. What is it that Zoro does here in the bar?
he's gonna go ahead and gonna get the bartender's attention.
Okay. You go over and you sit by the bar, and you see that the bartender just stands there close to the guy that's has his head down on the bar. You see he's still cleaning the glass.
Okay. He's gonna go ahead. He's gonna show his sigil towards the bartender. Then he's gonna lean forward and he's gonna say, I believe it was "Long live the shadow."
As you say that, you see the bartender's right eye open, and you see that he sees your sigil. As you see that he taps the guy, and you see that the guy just falls over and tumbles to the ground, and you can see that he is actually dead. And you see that the wall behind the bartender slowly begins to fade away, almost like crumbling sand as it collapses. And you see that there is a passageway behind him. And you see that the bartender does not say anything, but closes his eye and then has his arm out, pointing to the hallway.
Appreciate it. I don't know if you accept tips, but he's gonna go ahead and toss a gold coin over to the guy.
You see that when you toss the gold coins, you see that they stop in midair almost, and you see that they immediately fly back into your pocket.
Oh, I'll take that as no. All right, he's
You're
gonna
fighting Magneto.
he's gonna go ahead and get up and then start heading towards the passageway, stepping over to get the dead guy's body. Actually, can you look at the dead guy first?
Yeah, give me a medicine check.
Okay. I need to see my. ADC. You know what? I'll just do it on fucking Beyond. That 20.
Oh. Yeah, so this guy looks like he has been dead for quite a while, as you see that some of the skin has begun to sunk in and everything. But you notice that it seems like the cause of death seems to have been him probably from him ingesting something that caused a reaction within his body, which caused some type of liquid to begin to bubble and basically choke him out little by little until he's dead. And from what you can tell, it seems like he's been dead for a good what looks like 10-15 days at least.
Does he have anything on him?
No. All he has is just his jacket that's just really dusty, his shirt, his pants, his shoes, and yeah, that's about it. I mean, there's a paper in his pocket, but it's hard to really read, and when you try to unravel the paper that's folded, it just tears apart. So
Alright.
Yep.
Well, Naze is gonna go ahead, leave the body alone then, and head over to the entrance.
Okay. You head over to the entrance, and as soon as you pass a certain threshold, you see that the wall behind you begins to rebuild itself. Like I said, like grains of sand rebuilding until it's a complete wall again. And now you're in complete darkness. until you see that lights begin to, like torches, line up the walls, immediately light up all the way down the passageway until you see that there is a room at the end of that passageway.
I'm just gonna go ahead, keep on going. It's gonna lightly touch one of the torches though to see if they're actually real.
Yeah, you touch the torch, you can feel the flame from it.
Okay, interesting. All right, well he'll keep on going and continue on through until he gets to the end of the passage.
Okay. You make your way at the end, and then when you make your way at the end, you see that there is a room where you see two King's Guards standing there. As you hear one of them from one of their metal helmets, "Sigil, please."
He'll go ahead and show him the sigil.
"Password."
Long live the shadow.
You see that both of them stab the ground with their you see that both of them like stab the ground with their swords, and you see that they let go of it and go into like a kneeling pose, and then they are just there. As you go closer to the cage, and as you get closer to the cage, you notice that there seems to be a woman in there. You can't really see much because it's dark in that little section, unless you have dark vision, which then you can still make that check.
Let me give you one better. I have true sight.
True sight, right? Forgot about that. So yeah, forget what I said. So yeah, you're able to see. You notice that this seems to be what looks like a nun from the church. That seems to be unconscious in this cage.
A nun.
Yes.
We're trafficking a nun to a church site. Isn't that interesting? Okay. Alright then. Let's get this over with. You two! Do you have names that I should call you by?
The two individuals don't say anything.
Okay. Alright then. Well, let's go ahead and start taking her to the church then.
All right. You open the doors and you open the cage doors and you go over and you pick up the woman. She's still breathing and still conscious, but she seems to be under like a very, very deep sleep. And you pick her up and you see that as you pick her up and you make your way out, you see that the passage that you came from closes off, and then you see that a passage to the left of you opens up again, a new passage. And you see that a new row of torches ignites and lights up the pathway over there.
Are the two King's Guards following me, or are they still kneeling?
They're still kneeling.
Okay. Alright. Well, he's gonna go ahead and start moving.
Okay.
Holding the nun in his arm.
You make your way through, and as you make it over to the end, you see that there's a wall. And then when you touch it, you see that the wall crumbles until you see that you are inside of a room that looks very similar. That is until you begin to realize this is your room in the tavern, or in the inn.
Holy shit. That is trippy. Okay. This got a bit more interesting. He's gonna go ahead. He's gonna lay the nun down on the bed, and then he's just gonna go ahead and rethink back on towards the different routes he could take towards the church and which ones would be best for him.
Okay. So the images that you were shown, there are 3 routes. There's a route that allows you to go through there's a route that goes through the market. The reason why you would want to go to the market is if there are people that might be tailing you, there is a good chance you would be able to lose them in the market. But the only problem is there's also going to be a lot of people there also seeing that you are holding up a nun and would probably most likely ask questions of why you're holding them. But then again, you do also have a Kingsguard emblem that you were given. There could be a reason you could be able to bypass that, but who knows how long. The next route that you're given is a series of like passages through the sewer that you could take. But of course, the whole thing with the sewer, there's a lot of sewage, and of course, it's really dirty down there. So maybe you want to take that path. Definitely much more secretive, but once again, like I said, it's a very dirty area for you to go through if you'd want to go through that one. And the last way for you to go to the church would be through the slums. Now, if you were to make your way through the slums of the city, you'd be encountering a lot of unwanted eyes from a lot of people that reside within the slums. And who knows what could be residing in there besides just the people in there. So those are the 3 routes that would be the most efficient ones that can take you there. Which one would you be taking?
I'm tempted to take the slums, I'm not gonna lie.
It's up to Zoro which ones he wants to take.
It just sounds more fun. Okay. He's gonna go ahead and he's gonna call Coco.
Okay. You summon Coco, and you see that Coco just sits and he looks at you as the flames dissipate. And you see that he's there.
Are you still connected to Karuni, Coco?
You see that Coco looks at you blankly for a moment before he gives you a nod.
Okay. Would you be able to call her? I don't necessarily have any other way to get anyone else's attention, and I do not intend to leave this nuns here alone.
You see that Coco gives you a small nod before he goes over, and you see that he ends up phasing through the door, and you see that he leaves. We'll cut to Karuni for just a split second. Karuni, what is it that Karuni was doing throughout this time, Sailor?
I feel like she probably went out soon after Mercurio, Celeste, and Fiona left. She went out to the marketplace and just got herself something to eat and just kind of was looking around.
Okay. You see that as you kind of go through some of the stalls, some of the other delicacies that you see. Like you see that they have like this large and like long fish that they like slice open. They slice over, and they like those like salmon cuts, those like salmon belly, about the size of like a good salmon belly is like put onto like a skewer, and you are served it. What else? There's also like a lot of soups that are also there that they're selling at the market. Basically, you're having a good old time, having a lot of eating a lot of food there at the markets and having fun. That is until you feel a very odd heat coming from your side, and as you look over, you see that Coco is chomping on your pant leg and trying to drag you somewhere.
All right.
You see that You see that Coco lets go, and then he starts making his way back. So you follow him all the way back to the Blood Silver Inn, and you go in. He takes you upstairs, and then you see him phase through Zoro's door.
Okay. She, I guess, steps through.
Yep. So you go, you open the door, and you see that Zoro is there with a nun on the bed that seems to be unconscious, as Coco just sits next to Zoro.
Karuni. Hello. As you can see, I have a predicament in my hands. Please come in and close the door.
Courtney looks back to the door and she's like, "Are you sure Your shirt ain't closed. I kind of just phased through it. I saw the dog phase through it.
Really? I thought that was just me. Okay. Interesting. Alright, well, turns out that their mission for me is to take a nun to the church.
I mean, you.
Hmm.
But why is she? Why is she? Not. Oh wait, she's alive, right?
As far as I'm concerned, she is breathing. Yes. It's unconscious. I don't know if it's by physical or magical means, but either way, I assume it'd be best for her to stay like.
As you look over, yes, yes, sailor. As you're looking at this nun, she is definitely breathing and she is still alive. She's just what from what you can tell as well. She seems to be what elves have, a trance, but she seems to be in like a very deep trance.
I see. And the main reason why you called me here?
Well, if I were to be honest, I was actually gonna have Coco call on you because I thought Eric was also gonna be with you, but um, more so of a consensus kind of thing is needed because there's a couple ways we could go about this, but I would rather talk about it to make sure we're all on the same page.
All right. I guess let's discuss.
Okay, so we could either A, take her through the sewer.
Okay.
B, we could take her through the market. And C, take her through the very slummy area of the Estragos. Um, one way or another, we might interrupt or get interrupted by something. We might get stopped by something because there are possibly people that are going to be trying to also get this. So, in my humble opinion, I believe that. I mean, I personally don't mind the smell, but I don't. The nun is going to, but I wouldn't mind going through the sewer. What about you?
Well, the
Would you?
market definitely we can't do because lots of people. The
Right, right.
slums still gonna get good looks. I guess the sewer's our best option.
I would say so. That the thing is, I don't know exactly. I don't know how long necessarily, and I don't know how else y'all would be able to follow me except through the sewers, unless you guys just decide to meet me over at the church. But might take a little longer depending on whether or not I get. Hopefully not, but on my. All right. Well, I mean, came to a small consensus. I guess for now, I'll keep an eye on her, but soon I'm gonna be leaving. Then I'll let Coco know to go ahead and let you know, and then we'll go from there.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. So you will be taking the sewers then, Zoro, right?
Yes, I will be.
Gotcha. Okay. I also forgot to talk about as well, but the wall that the wall that you had gone through into your room had closed back up, but you notice as well that there is the sigil, the same one on your hand, that is now on the wall.
Zoro's gonna go ahead and hold his hand up with the sigil up towards the wall.
Okay. As you put your hand up onto the wall, you hear a voice. You hear a voice tingle in your mind. Where would you like to go?
Nowhere for now.
You see that as you
Tell them your
as
mom's house.
as you say nowhere, you feel your hand being pushed back from the sigil.
Okay. We got a fast travel spot, guys. Okay. Well, I guess for now that'll be it. I'll let you all know when I'm ready.
Okay. Anything else you want to do here, Zoro? Just gonna wait for an opportune time to go.
Yeah, I was gonna say that because what time would it relatively be as of right now?
As of right now, it would be roughly around like 11 a.m. Probably about like a more like 11:10.
Yeah, he'll wait until it's a little bit later. Hopefully, where it might die down a bit more.
Okay. Then we will cut to Baprold, who I don't know, was Baprold still shadowboxing the entire time throughout this entire thing?
At this point, I think he's unconscious.
Okay. Do you want Baprold to do anything, or is he just like out? He's gone.
Probably because I do
Baffled
have
should
to
have been
go
the
to
guy in
therapy
that
soon.
tavern.
Baprold in the tavern was already dead. Okay. Yeah. Then I guess
I didn't
we'll.
mean dead. I meant he can
Yeah,
find
yeah, he's
alcohol
just-
at any point in time, so he just finds his way.
All right, so then we will cut over to our, I guess, our dear Shamar then, who,
Yeah, this is also where I log off today.
Oh, you gotta go.
Yeah, I need to prep for therapy. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah. All right then. Everybody peace out to Baprold.
Bye bye.
Peace out, bro.
Peace out.
Baffled is about to
Bye-bye.
fight them demons in real life.
Yay.
Good luck, Baffled.
Bye, Ricky. There you go. Okay. I guess continuing with Shamar then. So Shamar, the night that you were supposed to talk to Zoro, you noticed that it was a lot of stuff had ended up kicking up in your mind, and you ended up passing the time so much that it was the next day. And you just literally went out and just did some more reconnaissance throughout the city. Is there anything in particular that you want to be looking for in the city, or?
I still have those like stone crystal thingies.
Yes, you do. You still have those. You still have those crystals. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to see if I could find anyone that like was acting the same way as the people in the mining town that were mining their souls into crystals, I guess.
Yeah, no. You searched throughout the city. You searched the slums. You searched all the places that you could around here, but everyone just seems to be lively. You know, there's people that it's a bustling city, so there's a lot of people moving around the streets, going into shops, checking out all the stalls out in the center square. Yeah, it just seems everything in the city just seems normal.
Alright, then I guess Shamar would just like kind of dejected, especially since she's under her, little cloak of invisibility. She'd probably just make her way back to I guess, the room that I don't know whether she shares that with Zoro or not, but she just kind of makes her way back and like, maybe on her way back she also just like tries to pick up alcohol because like nothing else happened. So she's like, fuck it, I'll just...
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. I will say that as you went to go pick up the alcohol and you went back up onto rooftops, as you were moving through, you noticed that you saw Fion
walking with an unknown man with two other people over to a construction building. And you see them disappear within the construction.
Oh, fuck me sideways. Shamar doesn't, she's kind of has to be kind of sneaky for now. And so she's just gonna, like, kind of look at that and just think, oh, man. Like, creeper, oh, man.
Sounds
And
about
she'll just
right.
be like, I'll deal with you later.
Thanks. I'm gonna get killed, and I'm gonna just leave him there to die.
Okay. So yeah, you make your way back, and as you make your way,
Hold your dumb ass to do
It's for Falcoral's sake.
Yep. It's your focus. Okay, so you make your way back over to the Blood Silver Inn, and as you make your way back, you go upstairs and you hear talking in the room that you and Zoro reside in. You hear Karuni and Zoro.
So the sewers would probably be the best way, as you said.
Yeah, I mean, if you go through it, it'll be quiet. Sure, the stench will be unbearable, but no one will see you.
You guys see that as you're having this conversation, you see that the wall like make a ripple effect as if something entered the room.
Oh, hey, Shamar.
Don't they
Where
both
have
have
you
true
been?
sight?
Yep. Well, yeah. Zoro has true sight. Does Karuni? I don't think Karuni was given
true sight.
Oh,
not the
true
true
sight.
Only with the
Oh yeah, the
monocle.
monocle. Yeah, the monocle. Yeah. You guys see the ripple, but you guys see only a few more moments before you see that Shamar's there, still under her cloak.
Whoa. Where have you been this entire time?
Not Shamar.
Shamar will just like throw down a fucking flask of alcohol that she probably stole bought from someone. Like, she took it under her cloak, but then just like left money on the counter for it. And she'll just like slump down in the chair, kind of peeved that she hasn't found anything, and she'll just be like, well, I was thinking, and I thought, yes, what would be smart for me to do today? More reconnaissance. I remembered the mission where someone snuck up on me and tried to stab me in head. And she'll just like point to the bandana and she'll be like, I did not wish to happen again. So I decided I should do more effort. Nothing turned up except for Falcor, except for Fion going along with people down the alley.
You see that.
Look, it's her thing. I didn't want to butt in.
You see that you get cut off for just a moment as you see that there is a nun on Zoro's bed, unconscious.
Samar will just point, and she'll just be like, we have none?
Yes. Well, you know that little meeting I had with the King's Guard that he asked me to partake in. They got back to me, and my first mission is to take this nun to the church that the rest of the group is supposed to be raiding.
Oh dear. Have you looked the nun over?
She's unconscious. I don't exactly, want to look her over, but I don't think she poses a threat.
No, I mean, what if she is like the people in the crystal?
Oh, well, I wouldn't know if I were to be honest. All I know is that she is breathing.
Can I see if she's like the people in the crystal, like in that kind of stasis limbo state?
One second.
Uberuni said no.
Okay, sorry. Sorry. So, as you look over, you wanted to check if there's anything wrong with her, right?
besides just her being unconscious and breathing?
No, I wanted to see if she was kind of like the people who were stuck in the crystal, like the way they acted.
Oh, um, no, there isn't anything that really signifies that because from what you remember, the people that were in crystals usually had like very sunken in skin, almost as if they haven't eaten in a while. You can see that her skin is still tight, so she's still fairly alive. As you begin to look over at her eyes, you notice that her eyes are a very like bright blue almost, which is a little odd. It's a color that you normally wouldn't see, but then you begin to see that it's almost as if like her irises, the blue irises in her eye are like moving almost.
Shamar will just kind of like move her finger and see if the eye follows it.
No, the eye just continues to stare blankly past you until you feel that the breathing starts to get a little faster.
She'll just kind of like try to comfort the woman, seeing if like she's scared. She'll just be like, don't worry, it will be all right. Are you okay?
You see that as you like try to like comfort her, like wrap your arms around her or something to help her. You see that she's like trying to push you off of her and everything, as in like a very panicked state. You see that she begins to like hyperventilate as her eyes begin to like move everywhere around the room, and you see that she immediately like jolts up away from you and is like pushing herself up in the corner of the bed away from you.
Shamar will just kind of look between Zoro and Karuni and just be like, well, shit. There goes my opportunity to drink. Zoro, she's your guest. What are you supposed to do with her?
Supposed to take her to the church. Though I don't think she was supposed to.
You see that she continues
Right.
to breathe, like hyperventilate for a few moments before you see that she tries to say something, but it's almost as if there's like something caught in her throat.
Yeah, good time.
That's not good. Dad, what is it you want to say?
You see that
Joking.
you see that she pauses for a moment as you see that she kind of like holds onto her throat and she tries to say something, but she can't. And that is until you see that there looks like. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I have the message cantrip. Can I try to send her a message?
Yeah.
So she can answer psionically.
Okay. Yeah. So you
I'll
send
just
her a
send-
message. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Shamar will just ask her, do you want to go to the church?
You feel a tingle in your mind as you hear her say, huh? What? Church? What? Where am I? Where's Sister Talia? You see that she begins to look around frantically around the room as she begins to like push herself up close to the corner. She's like, who are you? Who are all of you?
Does she say that out loud?
No, she says that she only responds that to Shamar psionically.
Okay. Shamar will just kind of look between Zoro and Karuni, and she'll just say, "This woman has been kidnapped. Of that, I am almost certain. She's asking for a Sister Talia. Did they tell you anything of that, Zoro?"
They were very, very blunt when it came to the information about who it was I was bringing. I didn't even know if this was a living person when they first told me. They just told me I was going to take somebody over to the church.
You hear more messages.
Shamar will send another message.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I was gonna say because you hear more messages psionically, Shamar, as you hear, who are all of you? Where am I? I don't know. You see that she begins to like claw at her throat. She says, "Why can't I say anything?" And you see that as she continues to claw at her throat, you see that she ends up like ripping a little bit of her collar, and she begins to reveal that you see that there are stitch marks that lead farther down into her clothes.
Oh god.
Son of a bitch just ripped her vocal cords out.
Shamar will just like, try to like send her another message. She'll be like, "Ma'am, calm down. We're not here to hurt you. We were given this assignment. Well, Zoro," and she'll point to him. Zoro was to take you to a church. We don't know much of anything that has happened, but we are here to help. We
You
don't. We assume the reason you cannot speak is because of, and like she'll just kind of point to the throat area.
you see that she looks. You see that she kind of feels around her throat area, and you see that it's like she freezes for a moment as you see that she begins to feel like the stitches around her like neck. But then you also see that there are more stitches that lead farther down her body. As you see that she begins to like unbutton and show and like look at all of the scars that throughout her body. You see that there are like meticulous scars that you guys can see that begin to go down towards the middle of her body that seems to indicate that she was opened and something either was taken or put in her. Um, as you see that it like opens her mouth to like scream, but you see that all you guys see is just a small spurt of blood that spurts out from her mouth onto your bed, Zoro, as she continues to like claw at her throat.
God.
Not. Oh fuck. Okay. And Shamar will send her another message, and she'll just say, "Ma'am, please try to calm yourself. I know it must not be easy, but do you know they would have had something to take out, or do you feel something that was put inside of you?"
You feel a message kick up as she says, I don't know. Every, everything feels wrong. I don't. You see that she begins to like crawl up into like a ball, closer into the corner as you guys begin to see like streams of tears going down her face. But you notice something very odd about the stream of tears down her face. It's almost like the stream of tears begin to sparkle as it like goes down her face.
Can I make a perception? Since I see that as well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, go ahead, make a perception check. Obviously with advantage as well because of true sight.
Can I just like give her like a piece of cloth so she can like dry her tears?
I got an 18.
18. We'll start with Zoro's first. So for Zoro, as you look a little closer at her tears, you notice that with true sight, it's almost as if the tears that flow from her body almost seem to emanate a very strong sense of like divine magic from it. As you see that, as like the tears begin to like stream down her face, it's almost as if like it's almost like divine blood, almost not exactly, but like a divine liquid is like beginning to like pour down from her eyes of her face. And Shamar, as you begin to wipe away the tears, you see that you see that she has like some scarring on her face. As you pat down the scarring on her, pat down the tears that is above her scarring, you see it's almost as if the skin itself begins to start healing itself immediately until the scar itself is gone.
Can I try and do that to the scars on her neck and see if that'll like help her speak again?
You see that when you pat her down with the handkerchief with the tears on it, you see that it heals it, but it closes up all the wounds, and you see that she tries to speak again, but still nothing. All you hear is very heaved gasps.
Shit.
Make her try and drink the tears.
Okay, I guess Shimar will just like probably like look for a glass to try and catch them in, and like she'll message her and she'll be like, "This is going to sound very cruel and stupid, but drink your tears. Maybe it will give you back some ability to speak."
Shame,
You,
are you sure that you're sober?
you see that
I
she
only had half of the barrel.
at the barrel.
It still don't mean nothing.
Um,
Nah, she would not be drunk off that. I promise.
as you see that you have like given her like her tears to drink, you see that she drinks it, but nothing.
It was worth a shot.
You see that she continues to try to heave out a word, but all you can hear is just very heavy breath, and that's it.
All right, Shamar will like send her another message, and she'll just be like, "Say what you need to say to me. What is going on?"
You see that you feel a message kick up back to you. She says, "I don't know. All I remember was I was at the church. I went up to go speak to Sister Thalia, and everything went black, and it was cold." You see that she just looks away from you as she continues to curl up closer to the corner.
What church were you originally in?
The Church of Astra. Where are we? The Church of Astra in Fortuna.
I see. Uh, Fortuna is in rough shape. I'll put it that way. We did visit the Church of Astra there, I believe, but don't worry, it will all be okay. And like Shamar will try again to try and comfort her.
You see that
She'll
she
just be like,
quickly
"It will
goes
be
over.
okay."
You see that she quickly goes over and puts her hands on your shoulder. She's like, "Is Sister Talia okay? Is Miss Marie? Oh no, oh no!" You see that she kind of like leans backwards
No,
again,
no.
almost
Listen.
fainting again.
And Shamar will just like kind of like grab her around the shoulders and like pull her in. She'll be like, "No. We are on the case. We will find them. It's not so bad. It's most of the people who are there have hidden, so they are in hiding. Just remain calm and just know we are getting things done. Just breathe with me. In and out, in and out."
You see that when you try to do like a breathing practice with her, all you can hear is very heavy and heaved breaths as she's trying to like calm down. Um, as you see that she kind of looks around, she says, where are we?" As she looks out the window, she's like, "I don't recognize this place. This isn't Fortuna. Where are we?"
But don't worry, we are in the struggles. In the name.
Estragos. Why are we in Estragos? We're so far from home.
We don't. I know you don't know why you're here, but I promise you, we will find out. Like I said, someone gave my friend here a mission to take you to this church. We think answers will lie there, but we don't want to take you if you don't want to go. Because it could get dangerous and you can't speak at the moment.
Church. There has to be another Church of Astra here. Is there a Church of Astra here?
Shamar will turn to Zoro and she'll just kind of, she doubts he knows, but she'll ask him anyway. She'll just be like, "Did they tell you what church they wanted you to take her to?"
It was an abandoned church. I don't.
Chema will like
necessarily-
kind of wince hearing abandoned. Yeah, it was an abandoned church they wanted to take you to.
No. There shouldn't be an abandoned church here. There's supposed to be a Church of Astra here. Is that not the Church of Astra?
Zoro, is there a functioning Church of Astra here?
Does Zoro know that from his memories that he got from?
From the memories that you were given, no. The church that you were shown to doesn't exactly show what god it praises to, but it's a church. That's all that can really be said.
But I know it's not Astra, correct?
Who knows? The problem with the church is all of the insignia that would imply what God would be praying to, that what God would be a part of that church. All the insignia has either been scribed out or is just in pieces, so it's hard to really tell what kind of God it is.
When I went over to the church the first time, there was nothing there to show for it. No insignia, no words, nothing. It seems it's been abandoned for a while now. As far as there being a Church of Astra around, I don't know, but I highly doubt it.
Have I seen any other churches while I've been scouting?
No. Other than the abandoned church that you and Zoro had encountered before, that's about it. There are no other churches within the city. When you went out and did all of your reconnaissance, no church.
I guess Chamar will just turn back to this poor woman and she'll just be like, there is no church here except for the abandoned one, and I cannot tell you what god they pray to.
Okay. And you see that she kind of dies down a little bit as you see that she just curls up under the blankets, kind of like as if to like leave her alone. And from there, we will cut from Shamar, Zoro, and Dear Karuni over to Eric. Eric, is there anything in particular that you wanted to do for the meantime?
Let's see if there's a magic shop nearby. Need to buy a couple scrolls.
Okay. Yeah. So of course there's of course a lot of wizardry shops here, but you see that a lot of the wizard shops are like there you have like people outside doing a bunch of these like parlor tricks, getting all of the audience's attention, and like getting people to go inside their shop, check out their scrolls. But from what you're really seeing, those compared to the shit that you could do, Eric, shit, that's just petty shit that you can do. You just walk around and there's not really like all this. You see that all the stores are just advertising these small bits of like magic to some of these to like the audiences that are gathering around these stores. Yeah, I mean, is there any do you want to just enter any random store around here, or is there any particular store of like specific school that you're looking about, or?
If you are offering a specific school of magic, I would ask for an illusion school magic.
Okay. So you see that you begin wandering around a little bit until you come across a store. That you see that there are two people doing illusory magic. You know, you see that one summons another person of himself, and they're doing like these weird. You see that they're like juggling. They're juggling like a bunch of fruits around. You see that another person uses illusory magic, and you see that he creates this like cool little dragon made of these like different shapes and everything that like spews out this cool little purple flame. As you see that, obviously they're showing off a bunch of their illusory magic, but you see that, yeah, this seems to be a store that seems to be mostly pertained to the art of illusions.
All right, I just find the scrolls I need.
Okay. You walk in, and when you walk in, you see that one of the people like floats over to you. He says, "Well, hello there. Is there a way I can help you, young sorcerer?"
Yes, I'd just need a couple scrolls.
Scrolls, you say? Any particular scroll you're looking for?
2 major images.
Major images you're looking for. Let me see. You see that he scratches his beard, and when he scratches his beard, like a bunch of these like scrolls begin to start floating around him. He's like, yes, the School of Illusory, and you're looking for major illusions, huh? You see that he points off, and you see one of the scrolls stop as you see that it floats over to his hand. He says, this seems to be one of them. Here's one. You see that he points at a couple more. He's like, no, not that one, not that one. No, 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 no. I believe that is the only one we have in stock for right now, I believe. Would you be willing to come back again tomorrow when we have fresh stock, sir?
I need them now. How could you be all out of major illusion scrolls?
A lot of the new students that are here in the academies are looking for particular scrolls in our shops. Of course, one of their curriculums is pertaining to major illusions. Of course, that's why we're out of illusions. They are needing it for their studies. So, unfortunately, we have one here for you today, but if you're willing to come back tomorrow, we might have a fresh stock for you.
You know, I think this one might be defective.
Defective? No, no! Scrolls cannot be defective. Oh, no! Made by none other than me, myself, in my very store. I cannot be messing up a spell.
Right through.
What'd you say, Eric?
This one's parchment is torn right through.
Nonsense! It's... Oh.
Take a look. And as he leans in, I'm gonna grab him by the back of his neck.
Okay. You grab him by the back of his neck. He's like,
I'm going to use my ignite feature.
i.e.
Hands burn.
To make him what, sorry?
My hands burn.
Oh, heat! Oh, you like to deal in fire, do you? Well...
This is no illusion. I didn't tell you I was a sorcerer.
Well, any who come in are sorcerers.
How did you know?
Is it bad to know my customers
He was just trying
beforehand?
to say he has an SP on his palm.
Is it bad to know my customers before they enter? Eric with a K.
As you see that he looks over at you with a sly smirk.
Who the hell are you?
You see that you feel like a force push your hand off of him as he flies up again. He's like,
Oh, what am I but just a humble worker here that makes illusory spells? But what are you, Eric with a K? Nothing more than what I can presume to be half-breed.
And as he says half-breed, you see that a lot of the people immediately turn their attention towards you. He says,
Well, know that I am not your enemy, but I could be your powerful ally. All I require is just one thing from you.
Make it quick. If you know anything about me, you know I'm short on time.
Oh, I know that you're after our very king's guard. Yes, very devious fellows they are in this very city, harassing the people. Such prances need to be dealt with accordingly. Well, I have only but one thing to ask you, Eric with a K. All I ask for you.
as he stops, and you see that the person that you are looking at immediately fades out into the small bits of butterflies that begin to fly around. And as you look at all these butterflies that begin to go around, each individual person begins to disappear of the shop until the shop is completely empty. And then you see that all the windows shut themselves in, letting you be on your own with all these butterflies. Until the butterflies begin to gather, and you see that by the steps, there seems to be a person that stands there. A wizard. As you see that they lift their wizard hat up, you see it's a woman. As she says, "All I ask from you, Eric with the K,
I need you to give me my book back from a dear old Atrax. Can you promise me that?
A book for another scroll?
It's not just any old book, Eric. See, Atrax and I kind of shared a little bit of some time, and Atrax knew that I was somebody who dealt with a lot in magic. As you see that she begins using some of these, as she begins to make these weird little, illusory people begin to appear throughout the shop. People that you seem to recognize. Some of your soldiers throughout your time in throughout your time in the army. You notice that there's Baprold there as well. Upstairs, you can see Mercurio. You can see Karuni's next to you. Celeste is over on the other side, and you begin to see that all these like people with illusory magic begin to appear one by one that you recognize. And you see that she says, "All I'm asking is just a simple request, Eric. Get me my book back, and I'll be in your debt. You can be able to get the spells from me for free, but well, I can probably provide more help some other time. All I ask is that you help me right now to get my book back from Atrax. Can you promise me that?"
Describe it to me.
Well, the book is a metallic book, metallic cover, and you see that it has a small green crystal in the middle of it. You see that she puts her hands together, and when she parts her hands, you see that she creates this illusory version of this book that you're looking at, and she describes exactly that. It looks to be this book that has this green this green gem in the middle of it that looks like a dragon's eye almost. And you see that it looks like the sides of the case, or like the front cover of the case, is like this leather book with all these like chains and these like locks everywhere that are made of different materials like bronze, silver, gold, adamantium. You can see all types of these gathered around this book. She says, "This is one of the book of my many secrets. A lot of the magic that I hold in there, Atrax has been using to terrorize the people. All I ask for you is to give that back to me. Is that all? Is that too much to ask?"
Fine. Since it's along the way, I don't see what harm it could do.
Thank you. And know that we are not enemies, Eric. I also hate the King's Guard too. Everyone here does. They don't openly admit it, but they do. I just do hope that we meet again on more pleasant terms. But for right now, I am unfortunately busy, so I will leave you with that. I'll go ahead and get you your other major illusions for you. Okay?
Alright.
You see that she gives you like a quick smile, and you see that she snaps her finger again, and you see that you wake up again in the in the bustling illusory store, as you see that the old person is now floating above you again. He says, "Ho, we have come to an agreement. Very well." You see that he snaps his finger, and you see that another major illusion scroll appears, and you see that he floats it on down towards you. But before you grab it, you see that it's quickly pushed away from you, or pulled away from you, as he says, "Remember our deal."
Yes, yes.
Very well. You see that the scroll gets gently placed in your hands again. So now you have 2 scrolls of major illusions. He says, "Free on the house. I see that you're also wanting to learn illusions. Well, is there anything else that my dear store can provide to you, dear customer?"
Not that it matters to me, but what's your name?
You see that the illusion, the grandeur of the illusion's voice stops as you see that they lean closer and they say, "The name is Mila. Remember that for next time, okay?"
Alright.
Good. You see that the illusion of the old man floats back up again. Back up again. He says, Yes, to tend to different customers." You see that he gives you a wink before he floats off to another portion of the store.
I hate this fucking place. Fucking walk out.
Yep, you walk out with your 2 scrolls of major illusions. Okay. Anything else?
That was it. That's all on the
Okay.
menu.
Okay.
Going back to the inn, of course.
All right, you make your way back to your inn. Back to the inn. We'll cut to Fion.
Let's go, baby. I own it, bitch.
We'll cut back to Fion, our dear Fion over here. So Fion, I just need to double check. Are you alive?
Yes.
Okay, just double checking.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm up.
So you are brought into
Queen.
this very grandeur mansion. And you see that the carpets are lined with this red, almost like this red silk carpet that seems to be. All of this seems to be looking very expensive. A very large, main area for you to walk in, with a large amount of stairs that lead up in the middle that split off into 2 parts of the mansion.
Gosh, it's fancy. Okay.
You see that the walls are the pillars of the walls are the edges of it are gilded, and you see that the walls are plastered white with this beautiful reflective marble. You see that there are a lot of statues of this, a lot of these golden statues in these statue holders of a woman. As you see that the man kind of goes up the steps and he says, "Well, let's go."
She'll follow him up the stairs.
Okay. You follow him up the stairs, and you see that he leads you down this hallway, and then you see that he stops by a door, and then you see that he gives 2 knocks, and you see that when he gives 2 knocks, you see the door crack open a little bit, and you see that he whispers something to the person before you see that the door closes and the door is fully open, and then he looks over at you and he kind of points his way and he says, "She's in here."
Fionn will go through the doors.
Before you go through the doors, you see that he puts his hand on your shoulder and he says, "Good luck."
Okay. She goes inside.
Yep. You go inside and you see that the room is very dark. You see that the doors behind you slowly close. You see that there's only a light source that's basically at the door. Before you see that the room immediately, almost like a flashbang, brightens up immediately.
I do hate to do this, but I do have dark vision. I hate to be that player.
Well, fair enough. Well, I will say as well that you kind of see a little bit farther up there with dark vision, but you kind of can't see anything else past that. You see that there seems to be more of a floor, but you see immediately, like a flashbang, immediately the room brightens up, and you see that there is this gilded throne in front of you, with a bunch of gold that seems to be piled up behind it. You see that there are more statuettes with these beautiful gems inlaid into these golden statues of this woman. Before you see the woman before you, Netta Wingwin. As you see that she sits there cross-legged looking at you, she says, "So, who are you?"
My name is Fionn. It's a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance.
Yeah, well, it's not a pleasure to make yours. How do you know my sister?
I don't know her well. I'm traveling with a group who are well acquainted with her family, even found family, I guess. But my brother and her are together, not in a romantic way. They're both dying, and
I know of Falcarol, but this Falcarol you're talking about? There's no way she's out there in the world. She should have been dead a long time ago, I'll tell you that much. How do you really know her?
I met her when she was with a group of friends. One of them's name is Eric. Another one is Shema. She's a boyfriend, from what I've heard.
I know who you're talking about. The Ragtag Adventurers, I believe they're called.
Yes,
so she ended up making contact with them. Really?
She was traveling with them for quite a while, but now she's traveled back to my home with my brother because she's dying.
Right.
Apparently,
And if my history
made a
serves
pact.
me, you live in the Underdark, the Shadar Kai, correct?
Sure.
Hmm. I am fond of your kind. I've met a couple of yours before, had a couple relationships here and there, but overall not that exciting. Anyway, I hate to break it to you, but I'd like to know the location of my sister, and if you could kindly give that to me right now, please, I will let you live.
Well, that's the thing. She is with my brother because my people know how to manage her illness. But we're working on trying to cure it. She's got not a lot of time left, and all things considered, it doesn't seem like you've really been there for her. Not to be rude, but
You see
from
that
everything I've heard, you
see
weren't
that
a something she talked about.
You see that when you said that she wasn't there for her as much, you see that she kind of like makes a pained expression as you see that she kind of like gets up as she gets up from her throne. She says, "And what do you know of being a sibling, huh? I'm assuming you don't know much, seeing as how you're leaving her with your brother. Can you even trust him? Can you really?" As you see that she begins like slowly stepping down the stairs. She's like, "How do you really know family, huh? You don't really know until you really see the true side of them, huh? It's really difficult to see them on the outside, but when you get to understand the little tidbits of them and how they work in their inner monologues and everything inside of them," as you see that she gets right in your face and she like taps your chest, she's like, "That's when you begin to understand somebody. But that's not for me to know. That's your brother, not mine, so
Yes,
I'll
you have a couple of those from what I've heard. Cephas, that was the one. I spoke a lot with one of Falcarol's companions. She filled me in. She really loves
Yes.
you and your siblings, though she didn't speak
Yes.
of. She spoke of some more than others, but she really wanted to make you lot proud.
Doubt it. So she talks about my wheelchair-ridden brother, Cephas? Really?
Well, she talked about, from what I heard, all of you, and that she wanted, to some degree, some more than others, but Cephas was important because he, something about her great old one pact, and then, then she pacted with a dead god, and it's a lot that she has friends within the city who know her better. She's a boyfriend back in Ravenfall.
You see that she immediately cuts you off and like gets up in your face again. She's like, "Who is this?"
The boyfriend?
Yes.
His name is Tal. He's like basically the little brother of one of her friends. He's an elven boy. I've never met him.
Elvin?
Mm-hmm.
I thought elves died out long ago.
No,
So
it's
elves
quite
are
a.
still
Yeah, do you not
alive.
see my Shadak? You said you had been with many Shadakai, and technically we are elves. So
Well, I've only seen the Shadar Kai, the elves I had not seen often. I've only seen how many? Maybe 4 elves in my life. I have not been able to see many, as of course I've been busy dealing with many background things. Well,
yes, of course, you're running the Estrogos mafia, so you must be quite busy. Look, you, I'm sure are running a business here that you feel you have to run. And I understand that. I just, if you could leave some of the people, at least Marvin, put a little bit less pressure on him. He's working on a cure for your sister and my brother, and I would literally give anything to get that cure to them. I would give up literally everything.
Marvin?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's tricked you too, hasn't he? Oh, he's gotten you good.
Whatever
You
you
know,
mean.
his name is not Marvin. It's a name that he goes by. There's a reason why I harass him so much. Because I hate him. There's a reason why I don't like him. Have you heard of a name? Torsten Wingwin? By any chance? Yeah.
Yes.
Torsten was the one that ended up getting, well, me almost killed. See, what you look at is not exactly me. I'm more of an illusion of what I'm supposed to look like, but, well, one night, a little bit of some walking here and there, and all of a sudden a beast came by, and, well, you see that she points over at the throne, and you see when you look at the throne, you see that the throne kind of like wiggles and moves a little bit, almost as if it's like water ripples before you see that it immediately begins to part in the middle, and what you see is this woman who has like a lot of parts of her body like covered in like these like bandages and everything. As you see, the only part of like her body that you can see is like some of her fingers and then one eye on her face. But most of the wounds you see all over her body are like completely like covered in blood. As you see that she looks, you see that the actual Netta Wingwin looks at you with her one eye. You could hear the heave and breathing of her heavily from up where she is, before you see that the illusion begins to close again until you see nothing more than just the throne. And what you're now, of course, looking at is the illusory Netta. She says, "There's a reason why I harass him, because he let that fucking beast free and made me end up like that. You know
Marvin
how
let
annoying
the
curse.
beast free.
He's
But
not
you said
Marvin.
Torsten's fault?
Do you really think he's still gonna be Marvin? It's a surname that he came up with when he was a kid. It was something that he came up with so he doesn't have to take the blame for everything that he did in our parents' household, especially what he did to me! Me, of all people.
So, he's your brother.
Yeah.
And
Torsten
that's why
Wingwin.
you're so... What's the word? Scared? Of family?
Scared? No. What I want is for them to feel how I feel up there. Every day is a living hell because of the curses I am being put through. And I've been through every priest and brought through every single person that can try to cure me of this curse. But no one seems to recognize the curse that this comes from. So this I feel is pain every day. And so what I am doing is merely giving back that pain to my dear brother who inflicted this on me first. Is that not right? Is that not the right thing to do? In my case, right?
I mean, well, I don't understand your pain.
Of course you
I
don't
do know
understand. Of course you don't understand.
Someone who does and chooses to be kind. Val Coral, though I did not know her well, I've heard many stories. She would have sacrificed everything for the people she loves, probably you included, and she suffered every day.
Totally. Yeah, all this about Falcrol. That's why I'm looking for her, you know. Because I want to know, how does she live with this pain, this anger, this anguish that she feels every day for the mistakes of someone else bringing this to her? How does she live with it? How does she thrive? How does she have someone in her life that actually understands what I go through? And that is why I want to find Falcrol. Because I want to know how she lives with this. The pain, the anguish, the torture of living every single day, every single minute, every second in this pain that she feels. I need to know. I need I need to know. I need to know. It's a great question of mine that I need to have answered. So tell me, where is my dear sister?
I'm sorry.
Do not give
What
me
are
your
you going?
pity. I
I'm
don't
not
need pity.
pitying you. I want it to be abundantly clear that I am not pitying you.
Good.
I'm sorry that you have been hurt so much that you feel compelled to hurt others. And I'm sorry for those people. And I'm sorry because I trusted your Marvin brother, Torsten, and I will be sure to definitely have some kind words with him.
Well, too late. Whenever his name pops up anywhere in any of the cities, he ends up disappearing the next hour. No one can find him. I've hired even the best assassins to try to find them, to no avail. And yet here they are. You see that
Well,
they're...
it's very lucky for you that I'm great at detecting portals and things like that. So...
I did wanted to point out as well that when she said that and here they are, you see that she shows over that like this small, you see that this small like slot opens up immediately, and you see that there are individual like heads inside of these like casings, like perfectly preserved of like the moment of shock that they each had before they are all like put away back again. She says, "So, if you're gonna
What
do
about
your
your
job,
other siblings?
what about them? They don't care enough about me. They don't even know that I'm
Have
still
you-
alive."
Have you tried to talk to them?
What's the point? There's no point in talking to them. They're not gonna believe me. No one believed me the day that I took all of that. All the pain and suffering I endured from that beast. All of that. No one believed me that it was Torsten that gave me that. No, no, no. Which is why I sit here alone, angry at the world, living an illusory life that I thought I could live. It's all for nothing. It's for nothing. You see that she goes over and she sits by the steps, just like putting her head between her hands.
I know it's not any. Do believe you, and I think that your family would be happy to know you're still here. And I think that while blood is important, the real family are the people that you choose. And maybe it's time to choose who you want to let into your life. Someone not,
with the very particular choice in wording, Fion, I'm gonna need you to give me a I need you to give me a persuasion check, and I will tell you the DC. The DC is 30.
I'm gonna fucking kill myself. That's literally impossible unless I get a fucking 20. Dear... Hold on, I'm praying really.
She's praying.
Dear God.
She is praying.
Dear Father
above, if I get a nat 20 on this check, I will go to church every Sunday and every Saturday. I'll dedicate my life to the Lord.
Praying to whatever God is out there to give her a nat 20.
The Bible, cover to cover. As many times in my life.
What I will recommend, probably don't roll it on the dice tower, because that's probably why you're failing. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm rolling on D&D Beyond. And dear Wizards of the Coast, if you're listening, if I don't get a nat 20, when I can
Lucky feet. Lucky.
You do have the lucky feet. Don't forget.
I have
think
2
if
lucky
I
charges.
yeah, don't forget. I think if I remember, I think you had like two tokens. So like I told you, tokens. These are d6s that you can add to any roll. You can add to any
You're
roll
right.
if you fail like anything. So you have 2 tokens already from this morning.
I do
So
have those. Do I have
those- so-
anything else?
You have 2 free
Oh.
d6s that you could roll if you want to help you with this check.
Okay.
Do you have any tallies?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. The tallies. Yeah, she's got.
Those were.
Yeah, she got 2
I got
tallies this
2.
morning for failing 2
Actually-
checks. So these are 2
Actually,
d6s
I
for
have
you.
3 luckies left.
Okay.
I've got plus those.
You got to be careful though. The tallies only work for 1 roll. So if you mess up a roll with the tallies are gone.
Oh,
Even if you use
God.
a lucky feat, they don't come back. So this is a lot of pressure. This is a lot of
I'm
pressure, dude.
I'm just trying to see if there's any way I can add anything else.
Oh man, if only you had like stuck with the team.
Well, here's the thing.
You
I
have
was gonna go back and talk to Mercurio and Celeste, and then I got fucking kidnapped. So how about them apples? Also, you also left.
That is true.
So
I
how
was
about
literally
those?
texting her over a second ago, and you're like, nah, fuck you. That's what you were like. So,
It's up to
this is
you.
your-
Yeah, it's up to you now. I'm gonna go clean up something of Peachy's real quick, and then I'm gonna
Persuasion?
get back. Just make your persuasion. Give me your rolls when I get back. Okay. So roll them right now, so I'll be away, so I can anticipate what these are.
What do I
It's
need?
time to
Oh,
Hold on.
send them to the shadow realm.
Yeah.
About to die, bro.
Shadow Realm. You're going to Tampa, Florida, bitch.
Yeah,
That's
nah,
even
I'm going
worse
to
than the
Detroit,
shadow
bro.
realm. But
Okay, chat.
I don't
Go to
know.
Brazil.
It's
I
oh
don't
god.
want to go to Cuba.
Okay, I'm gonna use a lucky. I haven't rolled the d6s.
What is your original roll?
My first
Okay.
roll was a 16. I need with that. I would need to roll 4 or 12, 2 6s, and then pull 2 more out of my ass. So we're gonna
Oh, dear.
roll again.
All right.
Oh, that's my first
Wizards of
lucky.
the Coast. Wizards of the Coast, hear us. Save us, Wizards of the Coast. Save us.
All right. I just finished, and I
Save
got back.
Theon.
What are your rolls?
Oh god. Okay,
It's
that's the
literally
second. I have one more lucky. Oh, I'm gonna kill myself. If this is bad, I'm gonna kill myself.
God.
Oops, I rolled the wrong thing. Never mind. Ignore that
Natural
roll.
one.
I rolled a performance instead of persuasion, so that doesn't count. It was an accident.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'll let her slide with that one.
Either way.
Okay, there's literally no way for me to make this.
Did you already use your tallies or no?
No.
Nope.
Okay, so you
16
still
before your
you still have 2
And wait,
d6s.
Cube. You don't understand. I rolled a 16, which means I need to get a 14 on these 2 fucking tally dices, and that's not possible because they're d6s.
Oh yeah, that's right. They're d6s, right? Yeah.
Holly.
Unless you just decide I can do like I don't know a d8 or whatever.
D6s.
I'm killing
I can't play
myself.
favoritisms.
Ooh,
I
funny.
can't play favoritisms, dude. I'm sorry. I can't play
Okay.
favoritisms. It's
Why
your
did I
last.
need-
It's your last roll.
That was her rolls.
Oh, that's it. So the 16 was her
hold on,
final
hold
one.
on.
Oh no, she's got
Hold
one more.
on.
She's got one more. She's got one more in her. Hold on.
She doesn't. She rolled like 4 times.
No,
Wait,
because the
I
last one was
just-
the last one was a performance check. She messed up, not a persuasion check.
I
Yeah,
re-rolled it, but I'm trying to
another
see.
persuasion, which was another 16. Stop trying to cheat, lady.
I'm
Oh.
trying to see if there's anything else I can add to it. Eric with the K.
That's not my name. I have a name.
Not to me, bitch.
Crazy.
Anything? Anything?
Looking at all my features and traits.
She's really trying to pull everything to try to get to try to make this work. I will say, if she somehow by some miracle manages to do this, I might actually have to end up rethinking the fight because this is going to be such a pivotal moment. Actually,
Fight?
Listen, if she gets this, if she gets this, all I'm gonna say is we achieve world peace. Like the Demon King, we don't have to beat him.
I need to pull 8 points out of my ass somehow. Oh god, I'm gonna have an anxiety attack, and it will be your fault.
Can Celeste just like think of Fionn in this moment and give her Bardic?
Yeah, can you give me Bardic, Celeste? Can Vaprold, can I have his
Here-
guidance that he casted?
okay. If I will give Celeste a chance to help her, what I need you to do,
Damn.
Sailor, I need you to give me a D20 roll, base roll, no additives, and I will tell you if you made it or not.
Question is, should I roll it physical or should I roll it D&D Beyond?
Physical.
Roll that physical.
I'm seeing hypothetically what I would have rolled if I rolled physical. Oh, my dice got stuck in the tower. I still would have gotten a fucking 16. I rolled a 16 3 out of the 4 times that I fucking rolled. Is that ridiculous?
You know what? I roll it.
And then I rolled again on my dice tower, and I got another nat 1.
We need a roll. We need a roll, Sailor.
Alright, give me a second because my fucking computer started to act up.
Yeah, impatient motherfucker. Damn.
Honestly though, like
Unpatient.
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 I am not.
Impatience, older brother.
Honey.
The thing is, I wasn't even trying to persuade her. I was just being like, "Hey, I'm adopted. I
Yeah.
found
What
my
is a
brother.
seven-
I
got a
found
17.
my family."
Well, hold up. What was the roll?
17.
A 17. Okay.
I have to piss. I'm sorry. I'm really
Celeste?
anxious right now.
Celeste.
I'm really anxious.
Celeste. As you were making your way out the market, out of the blacksmith shop, making your way home, you had a quick snapshot of Fionn. Fionn, you get bardic inspiration.
Okay, what do I add to that?
That's from Celeste's view.
Girl,
D20.
5 d20s. Let's fucking go. I get. All I need is.
The creature gains one of your bardic inspirations a 1d10 die.
So it's possible.
This could
I
could
get
be
a 7 roll
possible.
up.
It could be possible. Oh.
Can I have another one? Can I have
No.
another one?
Did you mess up? No way!
That's crazy.
There's a 1.
Oh my god!
Wait, there's got to be something I can do here.
Oh my god! You
There's got to be something I can do here. No.
Oh.
If there's one thing
my
I'm good
God.
at, it's good. I'm good at finding the little things, bro.
Well,
I should attest to that. My bad.
For that, can
no.
You should get subtracted points for that.
I got really fucking close,
Well,
dude.
It says here the creature gains one of your once within the next hour when the creature fails a D20 test, the creature can roll the bardic inspiration. Oh yeah. So it doesn't really
nothing.
matter. Yeah.
She can do it again.
No.
No,
No.
she can't.
Shaymar, do you have
That's
anything?
if she failed it. So in this case, she rolled it because she failed the original. Yeah.
I'm looking at
Okay,
the
well-
campaign page.
I have tactical mind. Can I give her a tactical mind?
Yeah.
If
you
you're
can.
if you're in the same room as her, you would, but
So
unfortunately,
here's actually the
Wait,
thing.
but
Shaymar can teleport.
So
Yeah.
she saw
I
me
was gonna
earlier.
say-
She knows where I am.
Has
Yes.
someone been there?
Yeah,
Every-
Yeah, the problem
Hold on,
is
shut up,
she.
shut up, shut up, shut up. No, I was gonna say I have Shadow, and I can use Echo Avatar, and it can travel behind somebody,
And
But you didn't.
and it's been following her the entire time. I'll
Well,
put that into words out.
well, okay. Here's
Okay, so I
here's
fucking
the
teleport your ass here right now.
okay. Here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. With how we've placed it, Shamar. Okay, with Shamar's shadow, I don't think we had any ruling for unless there's already preset rulings for putting shadows in other people's shadows. But I'm unfamiliar with that territory. So, due to the unfamiliarity.
Let me, because it does have its own thing of things. So let me check really quick. I'm not sure, but let me see.
This-
The worst part is I'm sure if I had gotten like a 7, Cube would have been like, make a luck check. And then
yeah, we got a
Then what?
1, so
I got a 1. I literally fumbled the bag. I wonder what would have happened if I rolled it as a physical dice. I should have rolled it as a physical dice and then lied. Oh,
What
Oh
the
my
fuck?
god.
Maybe
I am
just
on
don't
it.
use the tower.
the
Maybe
thing is,
just
this tower was rolling for me fine until today. It's the dice. Because, like, I rolled with a different tower with one of these dice, and I got, like, 10 nat 1s in a session. As a DM. Like, I think I'm actually the problem. But
maybe I'm the problem.
it might be me, chat.
I'm
you know,
sorry,
the funny
but I
thing
might.
is, if you had just stuck with the team, you never would have came
Can
into
you-
the situation to begin with.
Hey, I have a really great suggestion. Go to the store, drive yourself, go buy some fucking duct tape and put it over your mouth.
Okay, I was gonna say. Okay, I was
Asphyxiate
gonna say.
yourself.
God have mercy. Alright, so Echo Avatar, starting at the 7th level, you can temporarily transfer your consciousness to your Echo. As an action, you can see through your Echo's eyes and hear through its ears. You can sustain this effect for up to 10 minutes. You can end at any time, requires no action. Yep, that's what she says.
You guys are
So that
really
actually
pulling
means
fucking everything for this to fucking
you're
work.
sure.
You're pulling
Look,
everything to
is
pull
that
this out.
pushing it already, but tactical mind only works on yourself.
Oh yeah, wait, that's true. Wait, I thought.
No.
Okay.
Wait, no. I was
No.
gonna say, hold on. I was gonna say, but since my shadow is technically following her, maybe it can just like, I don't know, add confetti or like add, like pantomime. So that way, it's like, haven't you
The
ever
hell's
seen
that?
like, have you ever seen Princess Tutu, where it's like they kind of act out scenes between the other two scenes? That's what it's gonna be like. Shamar trying to perform these scenes to like add emphasis to Theon's actions.
Oh, no.
It's
Shadow's the hype, man. That's
yeah,
crazy.
it's the problem is I would give you it, but tactical mind only works for self. That's the thing. So
you
it's like
actually would have given it to me before before Yakamashi opened his
This
fucking
dead
mouth.
horse is beat, dude. Like, don't even look at me.
I'm not even caring. Like, I don't care if Fiat can get murdered right now. I don't care. I just want like, as the like lore wise, I want to like this character, this NPC. Yes, I technically made her, but like I didn't know about all of this stuff, and I really desperately like. I just wanted to see her like happy, bruh. Like she has all these people around her. She has her group. She has like her family is still out there, but even Theon is showing her like a sliver of kindness. Like people are going to be kind for her if she's honest with them and isn't cruel to them. Like she has plenty of opportunity for a found family, and Theon just wanted to be like, I get it. I get it. And sometimes you do have to choose the right people in your life because you're not always born into the right situation. Like, I don't even want to necessarily, I don't care if Theon fails to check for the sake of, like, she could die. If this was a life or death, I, wouldn't care. But it's more of, like, I want her to be happy, if that makes sense.
She wants to get her message across.
yeah.
And
I
was
want to
gonna
get my message across. Like,
Fionn could fucking like keel over.
Sharpay.
She could keel over. Literally, you could kill her right now. That'd be fine. Not that I want that to happen. I really do like Fionn, but
I will tell you, this is not a situation where Fionn would die. This is merely a persuasion check for you to get your message across to her. Yeah, to you to get your message across. So,
her, like, yeah, but I got a 23, which isn't a 30. But she tried very hard. And wasn't even trying to persuade. So I think that that's pretty good for not intending to persuade, I must say.
And also like breaking multiple rules, but all right.
I didn't break any rules, bro.
You see that as you spoke to her, you see that she just hesitates for a moment. And you see that she just sits up and she like, you know how you like put your hands like, you move your hands across your face and like move your hair backwards. You see that she does that before she sits on the steps and she just says, I don't know what your deal is, okay? Just don't worry about Marvin. Just go. I will see if I can deal with him myself, okay? Just go.
I will probably have some words for him, considering that A, he lied to me, B, he put my brother's health in jeopardy. He is definitely really close to
All right.
killed, but
I hear you, girl. I hear you.
I
Okay.
also hear you, and I'm not going to be in Estragos for much longer, but if you ever need someone to talk to, I'm staying at the Blood Silver Inn with a couple of friends of mine, friends of Falcoral's. If you ever need.
Whatever. Just go. I'll make sure my guards will escort you out properly, okay? Just leave. I need some time to think.
She goes, she's gonna like take out from her pack, like she always has little tea bags on her, and she's gonna like set some on the like floor in front of her, and she's like, this always when I help my brother, at least calm him down. And she will leave.
As you as you see that the door opens and as you're about to step through, you hear her behind say, "What was your name?"
My name is Fionn.
Right. Very close to Valkyrie's.
Yep, I guess so.
Don't die out there.
I'll be sure of it. If you ever need anything, you know where to find me for now.
Yeah.
But
Blood Silver
I'll
Inn.
stop by and let you know where I'm going. Okay?
Whatever. Just leave.
I hope to see you soon.
You
And then she
notice
leaves.
you notice as well that when you are at the door and you are turning the corner to leave, you look back and it seems like she looks at the door with a half smile before you leave. And you see that as you are being escorted, you see that the guy is waiting over by the steps and he sees you, he says, "Wow, holy shit, you're alive?"
Yeah. And
Whoa. You just can't fucking brush it off like that. How the fuck are you alive?
she was very kind. I don't know what you're talking about.
Whoa! Hold up! What? You... Sorry, I believe I'm going fucking crazy. You said she was kind? Kind! Netta! Netta Wingwin!
She and I have a lot in common. What that means for you, I'm not sure, but she's got a very kind heart, and
lesbians.
No,
I
no,
think
no,
that-
no. You see that he goes over it. He's like, you see that he grabs you by the collar and he's dragging you back. He's
I
like,
mean,
no,
let's
no,
be
you're
honest.
gonna go back
Let's be
there.
honest.
You're gonna go back there and you're gonna go talk to her again. Okay, you're gonna go talk to her again. And you hear Netta from in the hallway say, "Fuck off!" And you hear him say, you see him stop. He's like, "You got fucking lucky this time."
I wouldn't call it luck. I would call it kindness. And send Netta my regards. And if she's ever free, I'm available.
You see that he escorts you back outside of the home, and as you are passing by the woman that was watering, you hear her say, you hear the woman watering the plant say, "That was sweet, you know."
What do you mean?
You see that she stops watering the rose in front of her as she gets up. She's holding the giant sprinkler. She says, "It's been too long since somebody actually spoke to her like that. It's a first." You see that she looks at you, cocks her, like tilts her head to the side, and then gives you a small smile as she says, "You're one of a kind. I do hope to see you again here tomorrow. Okay?"
I will stop by, most likely.
The harem. Beyond has a lesbian harem.
You see that she gives you a small pinch on the cheek. She says, "Good. Because I know that Netta needs more friends. I'm the only one here she can call a friend. So it's good to see that she's opening up a little bit."
That's
I
good.
fucking wish I had that's just as sweet as St. Lucia right now.
You see that she goes back to watering the roses by the garden. As you see that the guy says, "Come on, let's go."
Oh, but before I leave, do you know if Netta or you also have any sort of tea preference?
I don't know. You see that he turns around and is like, "Okay, I don't know. Anything that happens with Netta, I don't know. I only am just here to take in orders from Netta. I don't know what else she wants. That's up with you or whatever you talked with her about, okay? So don't ask me any type of questions like that, because I wouldn't know. And as for my tea preferences, I only drink coffee."
Oh, that's why your breath smells quite horrid.
Damn.
You remind me a lot of the boyfriend of one of the girls I travel with. He's quite distasteful. I think you lot would get along.
Fucking doubt it.
Maybe try working on your personal hygiene, and people will be kinder to you.
Listen, no one needs to be hearing you yapping. Just go and leave already, okay? You know how you got it. You know how you got in. Leave.
Alrighty, I'll see you around. And she will leave and go.
You see that as you are making your way to the exit, you turn around. You see that the guy is walking back towards the mansion. As he's walking back, you see that he just puts up a middle finger behind him.
She's gonna do heart hands at him.
He's not looking. He's like walking
Oh.
backwards and holding his finger up. And you pass through, and you're back in Estragos, in front of the illusory construction building that needs to be rebuilt. A few hours have ended up passing actually while you were, going there and doing your whole talk with her and everything. So it's about almost time for you to go back.
She's gonna head back to the inn. Or I guess she should meet up where she promised to meet up with Mercurio and Celeste, right? Did she not?
That's the inn. That was the place that we were
yeah.
going to meet up.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Then the inn. Yeah, sorry. Brain, it's past my bedtime.
Okay, so you make your way back to the inn. We will cut over to Celeste, So Celeste, as you were walking back, of course, Mercurio not with you because he ended up wandering off away from you, and you see that he's over by one of the stalls, picking up some more food.
Figured you might be around here still.
Oh, hey, so I ended up finding this really, really good cookie here. You want to try it? As you see that he holds out a cookie, he's like, "You want to try it?"
Sure. sees that she could has a new sword, a new dagger, and a mace.
Ooh!
Um,
You see that he's like quickly gulping down a couple of trees. Like, what is that?
well, I just stopped by this old shop, and it was run by an older man who made these weapons. And he also gave me a book, actually, and she
Oh,
shows it.
oh, this book is really old. Ugh. Kind of feels
I
weird to
mean,
touch. Ugh.
well, not a lot of the things in the shop were kept in a pristine condition. Looks like not much people have went there for years.
What
And
shop are you?
Celeste, oh, just the one over there, and she points to the direction of where she was.
Do you think you can make custom fitted stuff? Because I still need to get my armor fitted. I didn't get my pauldrons properly fitted out for my armor. Do you think we can still stop by and ask him?
I'm sure we can. And then Celeste is actually gonna flip through the book as Mercury is speaking.
Yeah. So I thought. Well, I mean, we can go down that way. And as you hear Mercurio's like, uh, you can hear like Mercurio's yapping in the background slowly fade out as you begin to look through the book. And as you look through the book, you see that the book pertains to instructions on how to do a new type of metallurgy almost. To you adding like different types of metals combined into one and making it a weird Frankensteinish metal, but yet for some reason is something that, when imbued with a little bit of magic, seems to be something that would be as sturdy as adamantine, which is weird. A little bit of a discovery that this guy made before, and it's basically talking about all the tests that he's run on like different weapons, on armor, but with everything that happened, he wasn't able to get the proper metallurgy down until years later. From what you've read through all on the pages, it at least had gone through 46 years before he was able to get the metallurgy down properly to make one ingot of this Frankensteinish material. Still has yet to be named, but it's a new material that seems to be very malleable and very flexible, but still very tough as adamantine, and also has some very weird anti magic properties to it. It's hard to explain because a lot of the stuff that he's writing is kind of like in blacksmith gibberish, so it's kind of hard, but but essentially it's he's talking about a lot of the tests that he ran on like making it on armors, on weapons. He tried making it with like jewelry, but all of those, unfortunately, because of like some parts of the metal sometimes being too much, that it ends up becoming top heavy and you can't really move it. Or like putting the metal on like armor, if you make it into light armor, it becomes too thin, it ends up becoming brittle and it just breaks. But he found out that if he makes it a certain type of way, by also having a wizard also inputting a bit of magic into the metal as he is hammering it, it would allow him to mold the metal in the way he'd want to, in the same while still retaining the properties that it originally had, i.e., it being very flexible and malleable while also being very tough as adamantine. And from what you've read farther on to the end of the book, the only things he's ever made with that material were those three weapons that you've picked up: that dagger, that longsword, and that mace. And you can see that at the end, he clearly writes that it is his prized possessions, his life's work, and he hopes that there are masters that would treat these weapons as if they are their own children. And that is the end of the book that you've read through.
Crazy. Like literally crazy. Whole man spent his whole life just making these weapons.
Tucking the blade.
For real. Jesus Christ. I feel bad, but at the same time, it's like, damn.
He
Alright.
never.
You never give up.
Homeboy deserves to retire. Okay.
Yep. As you were reading the book and walking back towards the smithy, you go back and it's weird because the smithy is gone. There's a slot that's empty, but the store that was originally there is gone. It just looks like a vacant smithy now. The interior of it is clean. There's no traces of the old man. Nothing. It looks as if the place has not been used at all.
I could have sworn I
What?
really was here.
What? This place? As Mercurio points at the empty smithing store, he's like, "Uh, are you all right? You okay?"
Yeah, I was just in here.
Well, I don't see an old guy that you're talking about. Where's this old guy?
He he was may, maybe he just closed up early. I mean, with older people, they just tend to not stick around much for working, so could
Well,
just be.
you see that Mercurio goes over. He looks inside. He's like, "Yeah, this place. You said it was dirty and like not cleaned. This place looks like it's cleaned and no one uses it." As you walk in, you notice that all the interior that you were in before, where you picked up the 3 weapons, it is completely clean now. The interior is clean. There's no cobwebs. There's no dust. Some of the floorboards that were broken are repaired. All of it seems normal now.
Okay.
Are you sure you're all
Interesting.
right? Are you all right?
Yes, I'm perfectly fine.
All
A bit
right.
freaked out.
All right. Just making sure. All right. Just making sure. Okay. You see that Mercurio walks out. It's like, well, I already had my fill of eating today, so what you say we head back to the inn?
Yeah, looks like the sun is setting soon, anyways.
Yeah, I thought so. All right. Well, I guess I'll probably go grab a snack on the way back, or probably a mug of ale. And you see that Mercurio walks ahead of you. And as you see that Mercurio walks ahead of you, you notice that there seems to be like the shadow of that old man that seems to be walking with him. And you begin to blink a few moments before the shadow just disappears, and you see it's just Mercurio now walking down the way.
Whether this town is really magical or haunted, I can't tell between the two. As she follows behind him.
Yeah, you make your way over, you see Mercurio stops, like, are you gonna catch up or what? Kinda getting a little slow.
I'm already on the way. Jesus.
Alright, I'm kidding. I'm just messing with you. Come on, let's go back. And you guys make your way back to the inn. We will cut now back to the inn with Zoro and Shamar. So after a good bit of Zoro, Shamar, and Grooney, after a good bit of talking with the woman has gone back to sleep, and you guys have now been sitting in the foyer of the you guys have been sitting in the foyer of the inn, and in comes Eric. You see that Eric just comes in with 2 new scrolls.
Hey, how was your trip?
It was fine.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
What
Well,
the papers for?
these are scrolls. And they're going to help us.
What do they do?
Is Zoro back?
He's right over there.
Yeah,
Amidst
he's
the
sitting
giant
there with you guys.
Yeah, I'm right over here, buddy.
Are you going
And you're
blind?
here with your mission in tow?
Well, if you take a look over here onto the bed, you'll see we have more than just mission intel.
You see that Zoro leads you upstairs up to his room, and you see that the wall. Zoro just ends up phasing through the wall.
I stick my hand through the wall.
You stick your
Wait, is the
hand.
wall an illusion?
No, the wall doesn't seem
Okay.
to be an illusion of sorts from what you're looking at. It's almost as if like a water, like whenever you see that when Zoro walks through, it's almost like it creates like
Ripple
this
effect.
ripple effect, yeah, like water. But then when you walk through as well, you just walk through fine. A little odd, but when you walk through, you look over and you notice a woman on Zoro's bed, tucked in, and is sleeping.
All right. Basically, gonna go over to the woman.
Oh God.
Okay.
I pick up an arm. I basically inspect her on a surface level, and then I say, "All right." And the little cage she came in still here, right?
She was kept in a cage.
You said there was a
brought her in
cage.
myself. Yeah, I carried her in. She was kept in one, but didn't take it in. I had to be a bit discreet about it.
Fine. And
You-
then
Yeah, I was gonna say, as you are like inspecting her, like you're like feeling down her arm, you notice that there are markings, and then when you turn her arm over, you see that there are stitch marks on her arm.
well, I take note of that. As I pull out the scroll and use my spell of major image and create a cage that has her inside of it.
Well,
I need to ask you, where are you placing this cage in the room?
At the
Yeah,
foot of the bed.
Okay. So you cast Major Illusion, and you end up placing it in front of the bed, and you see that what you're looking at is the same woman, but with a with the bed cover over her inside of the cage, not wearing the usual nun uniform that Zoro saw before.
I will let you know. She was able to see when the first time
You're kind of cutting out a little bit, Zoro.
Yeah, I didn't get all of that. I've got the silence bubble, and I'm like moving it right next to him, and then back out, and then.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Alright. I will let you know that he did spot Shaymar visibility cloak on.
Well, odds are, if he's of high importance, then he won't be outside at the entrance. We just need to get past through all the low levels before we meet him at the center. At that point, the illusion won't matter.
And what's going to happen to the woman?
She'll stay here where it's safe.
So we are creating the image of her in the cage, and we leave her here, correct?
Yes. Even on a
Well-
subsurface level, you can hear her faint breathing from the cage.
Works
Yes,
it
I mean,
well.
also
You-
another thing.
Her tears heal. And she's had her vocal cords removed.
There might be
All
a reason
right.
for that.
She also mentioned that she was part of the Church of Astra back in Fortuna. Not sure if that mattered too.
She said
So
she
something
spoke.
about Go ahead.
Yes, no, it's I think you were saying the same. She was speaking of the sister, sister something.
Talia, I think.
Talia.
Talia, yes. Sister Talia. That
That
was
ring a
a
bell.
He's going
Um, to Eric's knowledge, Sister Talia was just another one of the nuns that was just there throughout the church. There wasn't really anything of significance that really spoke out to Eric about Sister Thalia. He's had a couple run-ins with Sister Thalia, but only when she was like like bringing paperwork around the church, or she was helping out with some of the other nuns with some things, but nothing that really seemed to pique Eric's interest about Sister Thalia.
She
No,
did also
nothing of
mention
importance
me.
about her.
I see. Then, like Shamar will kind of point to the woman that's currently kind of like curled up and like stitched together. She'll just kind of ask him, "Did you ever meet with this one? She seems targeted for some reason. Do you know her?"
To your knowledge, Eric, no. This woman is completely new. Never seen this person before.
Nope.
Oh, that is unuseful. Not
Sorry to disappoint.
much of a disappointment. I was just hoping to understand better why they took a seemingly random nun out of a church in Fortuna, locked her in a cage, removed her vocal cords, and then decided to bring her to Estragos, and then to a church. Does that not seem
Prob-
odd to you?
Probably we can ask Celeste. Maybe she might know. I know she grew up in the church with her mom and all that.
She also grew up in Fortuna, and she was my next hope. I just thought I'd ask since he was here.
As you guys are still here around the table, you guys hear the door open. You guys see Fion walk in.
Hello.
Fireball.
Fireball! Say, Lito, are you alive?
Everyone dying, me included. She's in the restroom.
Oh, bruh.
It's an emergency.
You
She's
picked
in
the
the bathroom.
time.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I guess we'll retcon that. I guess we'll retcon that. Actually, Mercurio and Celeste walk in as you guys hear. Yeah, I know. I was like, I was trying to make sure that I got the right soup from that place, because I don't know, the soup tasted a little funky. I mean, you've tried it before, right?
What flavor exactly did you get again?
I can't remember. I think I got the sweet and salty kind, but I don't know. That's what the guy told me at the front. But oh, hey, they're there. Hey, you see that Mercurio walks over with this bowl of soup. He's like, "Hey, what's going on, guys?"
Can you be careful with that?
What? With what?
Hold on. Mercurio, you're
Yeah.
from Fortuna, right?
Yeah.
We both are.
All right, you too. Fun trivia question of the day. Do you know this nun?
You see that Shamar brings both of them upstairs and over to the room. As you see, Mercurio is like amazed by the fact that he just phased through the wall. He's like, "What the hell is that?" As you see, Mercurio is just constantly poking at the ripple wall. But Celeste, you do recognize her. You do recognize her as being one of the few nuns that you've had to work with a good portion with over the years. She was one of the few people that helped you develop a bit more with your divinity when you first started developing your divine abilities. She was not exactly one of your teachers, but she was one of them that taught you how to use healing magic. Um, of course, there are other ones that taught you other things. Like, of course, you had your music teacher, which taught you how to implement your magic into instruments, in which then would be used to be something similar to like a spell casting focus to be able to output magic based off of the tunes you play with music. But she is one of the teachers that taught you how to use healing magic.
Why is she here?
Well, unfun story. Zoro went to meet with the King's Guard, and they assigned him a mission to take this woman to the abandoned church we found while scouting. When we brought her here, she seemed to have been kidnapped. Her vocal cords were removed, and she was very scared. She can cry and heal things, but she is upset, understandably. And most of what I have found out is by sending her a message. She does not seem to know anything that happened to Fortuna either. Why do you think they would have a reason to kidnap her?
I don't know. I mean, the only real explanation would be that her affiliation with Astra, but even still, they could just take anybody from the church.
If you'd like to know a bit more, try to give me a history check. See if you can try to understand a bit more of what could happen.
Can I do it with advantage?
I will say you'll do it with advantage because you've been with her in Fortuna before.
Let's go 25.
25? You know that, this particular person, by the way, Cecilia, do you know that Cecilia had something about her, but then you remembered that she was one of the few people in Fortuna that can be able to read the old tongue, which was the older language for humans, for them to, because a lot of the older languages called the old tongue that humans use were used to create like encryptic messages, almost to be able to like encrypted messages for like spells or stories or certain events, whatever it could be. But yeah, you remembered that she was one of the few people that can in Fortuna that could actually read the old tongue.
Okay. Um, Car. Um, Celeste is going to relay that message onto the rest of the group.
Yeah, so she relates to the fact that Cecilia here was one of the few people that could actually read the Old Tongue, which is a language that is essentially a dead language, but it's a language that was used during the first time when spells were being created. So a lot of the spells that you have now are made with common. With common, it basically dilutes the spells, making it a little less powerful to what the spells are now compared to what they were when they were created with Old Tongue. The Old Tongue made the spells vastly stronger, but not many people know the Old Tongue nowadays. And she tells you that Cecilia was one of the few people in Fortuna that could read the Old Tongue.
Oh, she's knowledgeable of this ancient spellcasting that makes it stronger, if I understand it.
Yes, but also too, I mean, she would have to obviously read it, so them cutting out her vocal cords. I don't know what's that'll because I mean I don't know. But
That
that's
would
what I know about
awfully
her.
hard. Yeah, that would make it awfully hard to read a spell, especially since most spells, to my knowledge, very limited knowledge, require a certain amount of words to be spoken. Unless they could use her vocal cords as a way to, I don't know, as a way of adding something to a spell, it makes no sense. She can cry tears that heal, but they want her for her magic. Oh, that was other thing. Celeste, They cut open her further down stomach area. I don't know if they took something out there as well, or if they put something in. You're the magic kind of folk. Do you know if you could sense she's all right?
I could try something.
Go ahead.
All right.
I'm gonna ritual cast detect magic.
Okay. With your detect magic, you do notice, however, that inside of Cecilia, there seems to have been a gem that has been embedded into her organs that emit a very, very, very strong malicious intent inside, almost to the point where it stinks up Eric's nose, which is rare because Eric's seen a lot of malicious intent in a lot of things, but this type of malicious intent is something that is so beyond foul. It kind of like itches Eric's nose at this point.
Who farted?
God.
There's something evil staring inside of her. Literally.
So they put something inside of her. Well, this is fun. Well, you're the closest thing we have to healing, Celeste, but look, I know the body very well. I could probably cut it out of her as long as you could keep her calm or keep her alive while I do so. She's been through a lot today. Could you put her to sleep, maybe? I don't know if she would listen if I said, "Oh, excuse me, madam, you have deep evil inside of you. You mind if I cut out?"
I can probably play a lullaby in my pan flute.
All right. Let us see how well this will go over. Shamar will just kind of like turn towards the door and she'll just kind of motion for Eric and just say, "Go get Zoro. We have to tell him all this. It's his ass on the line."
I mean, I'm not right there.
Alright. I go fetch
was right there.
Zoro.
Yep. As you go out to go get Zoro, and Rikirio's there as well, sitting at the table, you see the doors open and Fion arrives.
I also sent the magical presence of a bitch while I was detecting magic.
Alright, Shadowbox.
Hello. There.
Hey, there's Fion. Hey, you want some soup?
Yes, actually, I'll take some. Thank you.
Yeah, I got it from the market. Tastes kind of weird to me, but it's probably because I'm not really. Well, they said it's like some kind of vegetable soup or something, but they promised me they put some kind of meat in the soup, but I don't know.
Maybe it's something like a local game or something.
Probably.
Squirrel or
I don't
what
know.
have you.
I can't really taste any type of meat inside of that thing, but all I can taste is just a soup. They said it's like a broth, and they put like a
Doesn't
meat in the broth.
usually absorb the flavors of everything else? It's more of a texture than a taste.
I don't know. Well, anyway, soup's yours. I don't want it. Yeah, they're upstairs dealing with something. I don't know. You see that Mercurio's using his like pinky and picking at his teeth a little bit. He's like, yeah, they're dealing with something up there. I don't know what that is.
Got it. Are they busy?
He looks over at you, Zoro, and Eric is like, are you guys busy?
Yes, so don't disturb us.
Oh, okay. Could I have a more reliable source? Okay, not
I
you.
would say.
Doesn't get more reliable than this, bitch.
Alrighty. Well,
However, you said that you have business with
That is
Kingsguard, yes.
true, but I have. It's become a very complicated situation, so I don't know if I should still meet with them or if I should lie to them or what really I should do. Is. Well, you were. I don't trust you. I'm sorry. You're Kingsguard, and I don't know if I should say like, "Hey, this is this." It's kind of complicated. The whole
I
situation.
will let you know my loyalties are not to the actual Kingsguard. In fact, after I get help from, I have to go back home because I have to speak with my father about this because something about the Kingsguard came up.
Cool. Well, is there like anyone who's suspect around? Or is
I
it just like the
was
group?
actually gonna say as well that you hear behind you. Hey, Fion, is that you?
Oh, yes. Hello. It's nice to see you again.
You see that a middle-aged man walks over and says, "Yeah, it's good to meet you too. I'm assuming these are your friends as well."
Yeah, these are some friends of mine. They're doing some research on some. I don't know. I really don't care what they're up to. Why don't we go take a sit outside? So just so that they can focus on their studies and we can,
Oh
have
yeah,
a
of
more
course.
private chat.
Yeah, we can lend our services as well. I brought a couple of people with me as well. They don't mind coming in.
Oh no, I think I could really use the fresh air. So if we could all just sit outside. I've had a really long day. I'm feeling a wee bit under the weather. I ate some soup earlier that
Oh,
really didn't agree with me.
well, yeah. We could talk about it another time. But hi. You see that he holds out a handshake to you guys, like, yeah, Kolvik, come on.
What?
He's holding out his hand to you.
For a
What was
handshake.
his name?
Kolvik Aman.
Kolvik Aman.
That's the name. Kolvik Aman. I was one of the people who fought in war as well. I'm assuming the greedy hand on yours. I'm assuming you're also a war veteran. As he looks at you, Eric.
You didn't see the cape?
Well, yeah, I did see the cape, but you got some people that are doing some stolen valor out there.
You fucking. I think I'll just kill this guy. I'm gonna kill this guy. You know what? I don't shake his hand. He didn't get that privilege.
Hey, fair enough. As for you, you see that he gives you a small nod, or he's like, and you, nice to meet you, Kolvik Aman.
Nice to
I
meet
heard
you
you the first time.
Zoro.
Good to meet you too. You're also a veteran, right? I'm noticing the large hands and the very large fingers, and of course the blisters underneath the in the palms as well. I noticed that too. You also fight with weapons?
I do.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I don't want to keep you guys from your time, so if you guys have any problems, do approach me. I'm one of the people that helps out with the Kingsguard, and I will happily help you with anything you might have. Shall we, Fion?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. You two have a pleasurable day. You see that he gives you a small nod as he walks outside.
So, what did you want to discuss?
Well, I want to discuss because we've had a couple dealings here. We've had something of a person here. We've been getting a couple names from some of the people, and we heard that the name Netta Wingwin kept coming up a lot. And, people are saying that they're afraid of this Netta Wingwin, and this it's a little concerning. I don't want the people here of Estragos to be terrified, so as somebody who wants to keep the peace, I would want to find where this Netta is and bring her to justice.
Well, I don't know where she is. Do I have to make a deception check? Do I have to be deceptive?
You,
You are
yeah,
deceiving.
yeah, you are
Oh.
deceiving. So give me a deception check.
Cute.
Gotta give me a deception check.
Cute.
You met with her, so
Not only that, but you brought it up. You brought it up.
You
You
did.
you be quiet.
I got a 6.
I'm gonna give Yaku this one. You did.
You see that as you tell him that you don't know, you see that he kind of squints you. He's like, "Are you sure? I mean, a couple of my guys told me that you went into Marvin's shop earlier, so and they saw you leaving with a weird man, the same guy from this morning they described. You all right?
Yes, it was, it's...
You're not being extorted or anything, are you?
No. Netta and the Wingwin family are very kind and generous, and I don't think that the people should be afraid of them. She's not lying.
So, you know where they are.
I know what a Wingwin is, but not Netta.
And who is this Wingwin?
I think she's the youngest, Falcoral.
Falcoral. Where have I heard that name? 1 second. You see that he starts flipping through some of the. You see that he goes over to a notebook and he starts moving through this book. He's like, right, Falcoral, Wingwind, youngest of the Wingwind family. She is the weaker spellcaster amongst the few compared to her brothers and sisters. Yeah. Don't think that's it. There's gotta be more to it. How do you know Falcoral?
She's a friend of my brother's.
A friend. Good to hear.
Mhm.
You see that he continues looking through his notes. He's like, there's gotta be more to it. Well, I'll happily share some information. We've got some word that Netta is holed up somewhere here in Estragos, and we're seeing if we can try to find her. As to where she is, I don't know. And hopefully we'll be able to find her soon, but we've sent out scouts throughout the city to be able to find her, and no avail.
She is, from everything that I've heard, I had a long talk with the man. He told me some things about her, and she just seems... She's very kind, and...
Doubt it.
She wouldn't want... Well, you're Kingsguard. You don't have room to talk.
Well,
but...
not even because I'm Kingsguard. I've spoken with a lot of the people who are her victims, and a lot of them are saying that they're getting extorted high amounts of money from them that they can't pay back. And a few of them, like Marvin's shop, have ended up being broken down like that.
Marvin's shop's also a bit of a scam.
Scam?
How do I explain it? I commissioned him for some potions, and he never gave them to me. So...
Well, do you have a receipt?
Does she have a receipt?
Nope. You weren't given a receipt.
I was not.
Right. Okay. Well, I do hope something changes. I don't know. Because, like I told you, I'm going off by the evidence that I'm looking at here. And the evidence that I'm looking at is telling me that Netta is extorting these people high amounts of gold from their establishments, and they're being left in the dust. So we have to bring her to justice soon, or a lot of the places around here are going to start closing.
How much gold has been extorted, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, from the shops that we spoke to, compared to how much it was when we rounded up all in terms of counting, roughly about, 14 million gold? We assume that there's probably more in the city that are under her control, so I'm assuming that's, by estimate, maybe 30.
Oh. Okay. Give me one moment. She's gonna walk into the in and called to Eric.
As you are going up the stairs to go to the room, Eric, you see the door swing open and Fion calls for you.
Eric, I need 30 million gold pieces. I know we're not really tight like that, but it's for Falcarol's sake, and
Oh, it's for Falcoro. Well, why did you say so? Fucking disappear.
He disappeared.
well, you offered me money earlier and I didn't accept it, so I think now is a great look. It's either that or I sucker punch a Kingsguard. Really, not a lot of great options here for me.
All right. 30 million gold pieces.
Yeah, I have 54, so I could put in the amount my full life savings in.
Yeah, I need you to get something straight with you. All right.
So you only need like
30
29
million gold
million.
pieces is a lot to me. And it's me we're talking. Look at this shit. And he basically makes like the infinite portal loop like you do in Portal with two shadows. He puts one on top of the other. And like just tons of gold and diamonds are just looping through.
Yeah, looping through.
But you have 30 million, right?
It is a lot.
You only need you have 29 million because I have 54 coins. So it's like 29 million and some change.
There's not like an installment plan for this.
Well, it's to pay back a...
What's an installment plan?
Yeah, what is that?
All right, everyone sit down. We're going to talk about economics this episode.
So
he goes the whole
do you
list.
have 29 million change?
I'm afraid to say I don't have 29 million gold pieces and spare change at this moment. Have you considered investing in a compound interested bank account?
No, I don't have a bank account. I only need 29,999,946 gold. That's not a whole lot.
Yeah, there better be a damn good reason behind this.
It's...
What colossal debt have you racked up to 30 million gold pieces?
Rack up any debt.
Then why do I give a fuck?
A friend of mine, a very powerful friend, who happens to be Falcarol's sister, who happens to run essentially the mafia of Estragos, who happens to also be a target of the Kingsguard, and I would like to pay off her debts so that they get off her back. It's a kindness thing, really. It's kind.
Yes, we have the ability to, out of the kindness of our pay
29 million. 29 million.
And as far as I'm concerned,
Coral's
isn't
hot
Falcoral's family bad to her?
Well, not all of them, surely. And from what I heard from Netta, they weren't, members of the family weren't just bad to her, to Falcoral, but I don't know. She just really, I don't want the Kingsguard to go after her.
We already have a plan.
We already have a lot on our plate. And ever since
All
we
right,
ran into
fine.
you, it's been getting worse.
Well, I'm not the one who, every time the entity gets destroyed, that's neither here nor there. I hate to be that bearer of bad news, but, you know, what's she gonna do? I'll figure it out on my own then, thank you. I just thought, you know, you didn't have a heart that was 3 times too small. and she's gonna walk back out.
Oh, insulting me is gonna get you very far with me.
So, I talked with my compatriots, and Is there any way I could pay off that 30 million?
Wait a minute. What's that asshole's name again? I already forgot. I don't care.
Kolnick?
He said he served.
Served cunt, maybe.
Yes, he did. He did serve in the military as well.
Fire!
Fireball.
Okay, well, she's leaving. She's gonna go back to. I don't remember his name either.
Kolvik.
Kolvik. I was close. I said Kolvik. Alright, Mr. Kolvik. Is there any way that someone could repay this debt on her behalf?
I'm afraid not. The debt needs to be coming from her herself, but unfortunately we're not able to find her. Where she is in the city, I don't know. We're still trying to have our scouts look around everywhere, every inch and crevice of the city where she could be hiding, but nothing.
Is he at all affiliated with the church or the military?
I thank you for this chat. Respectfully, I would prefer to never see you again.
Alright, don't answer my question, that's fine.
She left the fucking room. You wanna come outside, you can.
If you want to go outside to speak to them as well, you can.
I followed.
Oh, okay.
Then what do you ask?
Was he at all associated with the church or the military?
Yes, I did serve. I served in the military.
No, the person you owe your debt to.
Me? I don't owe any.
Not the person who owes debt, the person who you owe your debt to.
No. I don't. I've never met her.
That's why I'm asking McCormick.
Well, the debt is put to the businesses that are around here in Estragos.
He's asking if Netta is involved with the church or the other thing.
She is not.
No one related?
Well, her family would, her parents would, but they're not here. They've departed.
Well,
any of her other siblings, if she has any? I wouldn't know.
Well, the only ones that we know of is of Atos. Atos isn't here right now. He's currently up in another region, trying to get some more practice to be a court wizard. That is about the best we have right now. I believe Cephos was somewhere in the region. I can't really say where because, well, we have been keeping eyes on him. Don't know.
Why?
Well, last from what we heard, he had made contact with Netta, but we don't know the validity of the source because we got it off of a bandit, so we can't really tell if the source is really source of something that is reliable. So unfortunately, I can't really say where Cephos is, but we have been keeping tabs on him thus far.
You know anything about a Thorsten? Torsten?
Torsen? What, Torsen Wingwin?
Mm-hmm.
Torsten Wingwin? No. Last I heard something about Torsten was something about how he was hospitalized, a few years ago? That was about it. He was hospitalized somewhere by Navine, I believe, but it was something of like a boating accident of some sort that caused him to, I don't know, he washed up ashore and he was by himself. All the other people that were with him were gone. What happened to them? Don't know. We sent out crews out to go see if they could find anybody, any survivors, nothing. It's a shame. But, well, he was the only survivor of that. He says he doesn't remember what happened that time, but I feel like there's more to the story about that than that. But besides that, I don't know where he is. Could be anywhere for all I care.
Look, from everything that I've heard from Falcon, it really doesn't seem like Netta's dangerous, so I think maybe you should just...
Well, you see, the problem is I can't really let that go, because the King's Guard are supposed to keep the people safe. And if the
The
people feel
King's Guard that
terrified or
are
something...
notoriously bad people.
Listen, we have bad apples in our ranks, I know. And I also get annoyed by the bad apples, too.
Far more bad apples than good apples, it seems.
Well, if I had the chance, I would love to get rid of them, but that's not up to me.
Then do it. If you
not
care so much about the people, protect the people from you.
You see, the King's Guard chain of command is much different. Unfortunately, I don't have the jurisdiction to do that. If I did, I would have gotten him out of here. But unfortunately, that decision does not fall to me. That only falls to Atrax and Decimus. Those are our two leading commanders right now. Those are the only two people that can tell us what we're supposed to do and what we can and cannot do. And our main goal right now is to keep the people safe of Estragos. And so, if anybody poses a threat, we are told to get rid of the threat by any means necessary. I'm hoping that we don't have to push it to any type of violence if we end up finding Netta, but with how Netta is treating a lot of the people here in Navine, we are ending up having to push it to that point if we find her. I'm not saying I can call the shot on the violence. I personally don't want to go through violence myself because I know what it's like to lose family. It's not a pretty sight. That's why I want to try to avoid violence as much as I can. That's why we just want to talk to her and make sure she at least pays back the debt to the people. If she pays back her debt, we can get this whole thing situated and it's done.
If that is the case, then I would like to make a report on behalf of my dear friend here, Eric, who felt very threatened by a Decimus. And since your job is to protect the King's people, I think that an investigation... I think an investigation is required. Considering your actions against Netta, you must also investigate Decimus as well, no?
I can file that report, or else he is going to die, and so are we.
Well, the problem is
that looks all the more suspicious.
I can't even file the report. I can't even file the report regardless because, unfortunately, reports like that against my commander are not vilified. I'm not allowed to do that in my position.
Who would I go to file that report?
I would say that you would speak to my...
The room in the inn is where you go before you start.
Eric, I know.
Already have.
I know you're so worried. Oh, I know you're so scared. Anyways, continue, Coldick.
Don't make me do this.
You know, why don't we speak about this another time? I'll go ahead and see if I can build up a report on Decimus, but I can't guarantee that anything will go through because, well, the reports end up having to go to Decimus and Atrax anyway. Or at least their secretary, so unfortunately, even if they do receive it, most likely it'll be thrown in the trash and no one will think none the wiser. So I don't know what you want me to tell you, but I am doing everything in my power to keep the people safe. Unfortunately, the amount of power I'm given is... Unfortunately, the power I'm given is limited. And unfortunately...
My friend Eric is very threatened by him. That's just,
Well...
Whoopee.
That would end up...
fucking spell on you, bitch.
Well, that would have to depend on when he felt threatened, but that would have to be for another time. Unfortunately, I have to go be back on the clock. I came here on my break time. Hopefully we can get some answers on Netta, but nothing. Thank you for your time. As you see that he gives you a small nod before walking away.
She's gonna turn and smile at Eric.
I should immolate you where you stand.
Well, he's gonna look into Decimus. That's a good thing.
You know, I came out here to help you.
Okay. And I'm helping you. He's filing a report on Decimus, and realistically, if the report gets thrown out, that looks very suspicious and bad on the King's Guard. And if it doesn't get thrown out, then his wrongs will be discovered. So, I don't know what to tell you besides welcome. What can I say except you're welcome?
You see Mercurio slowly. You see Mercurio looking at us like, you guys done? because Zoro's still waiting by the stairs for you, Eric.
What can I say?
Yeah.
That's literally fucking me.
I'll be up in a moment.
All right. You see that? Yeah. You see he goes inside, and you hear from inside, "Yeah, Zoro, I think you might want to go in first. Eric's got something to do with out here."
Oh my goodness.
Look, Eric, you know, I know we don't see eye to eye ever, but I really wanted to. Kolvik's gone, right?
He's gone. He left already.
Okay. I earned Netta's trust, and I don't want to lose that. And
I will say, as you say that, you hear, and I highly suggest you try your best to keep it.
Oh, fuck.
I turn around. Is it her? Is it her?
You see Netta is standing there. Well, the illusory...
That's funny as fuck.
The illusory... Jesus Christ. The illusory Netta standing there. Eric, you see this like elegant looking woman with this like red flowing hair with wearing like a very like what seems like a very sparkly red dress and just wears like a coat but is not wearing it properly. She just has it over her shoulders. As she says, I think you would be wise to keep my I think it would be wise for you to keep my trust as well.
And why would I need your trust?
Because
Who are
there are... Well, sorry. I think I forgot to give a proper introductions. I'm Netta Wingman. I'm the one that Falcrel is... Or, I'm the one that is Falcrel's sister, and the one that Fionn would refuse to shut up about. Nice to meet you. As you see that she holds out her hand, she says, "What's your name?"
I'm General Eric with a K.
General. The one at Ravenfall, right?
That would be so.
I've heard of your exploits. Quite a dangerous man you are. What brings you here to Estragos?
Confidential business.
Nothing is confidential when it comes to me, because I am part of the Wingwinds, and I know that the King's Guard are being a pain in everyone's asses. I mean, I am too, but that's for a different story. As for you, Fionn, what are you doing here?
Like here at the inn, or here at
At all.
the inn at all? I. Oh, cute. Why am I here?
Do you want to tell her the truth, or are you going to lie to
Yeah,
her?
I'll tell her the truth. I don't remember what the truth is, but I'll tell it to her.
Well, that's up to that's up to Eric if he wants to reveal the truth.
Wait, what's the truth? I don't
I
remember.
literally just said the reason we're here is none of our fucking business.
Yeah,
what's
that's
the truth? I don't remember.
that's
No,
the,
not-
whatever it is what
No,
Eric
no,
says.
no.
It's whatever what Eric
I'm
says
not telling
here.
you. I'm not telling you what the truth is.
Wait, no, but like out of character, like fully dead ass, I don't know why we're in Estragos.
Well,
I'm sobbing.
that's well.
I just thought like, oh, we had to pick a place.
Well,
Girl.
you guys here at Estragos for a reason. That's completely up to confidentiality with the players. So that's
Are you
between
kidding?
players. That's between
Okay,
players.
out of character, why are we in Estragos? Why are we
trying-
here?
In Esther.
Crystals.
Oh, the crystals.
Early. That whole thing. Do you remember? It got
I
the village turned to
do.
Oh.
and the fucking yeah, the Paris.
I'm looking,
I mean,
I'm
it's been a
fucking
while.
looking at Theo, daring her to fucking speak. Dude.
Oh, we encountered.
Oh.
I trust Netta.
Jesus, the sound effect.
That's what it
Not
said,
in tune,
Lucia.
please.
She okay, fine. She'll shoot a glance at Eric and be like, "Yo, can I yap?"
If you say the wrong thing, you are going to die. That is the look he's giving you, dude. Let me find this image.
He's giving you that fucking look.
We
You s-
they're on a geology mission.
Geology.
Bless.
Wow. You see that she looks up and down at you, Eric. She's like, I didn't take you somebody that likes rocks. I thought you were somebody that was more type of spells and everything.
His brain is full of rocks. That's why.
He doesn't strike me the type. Give me a deception check, Fiona.
I literally am telling the truth. His brain is full of fucking rocks.
She said that they're here on a geology.
That's
mission.
not a lie. Crystals, you study that in geology, bitch.
Minerals! Come on,
Minerals.
Cube! She just didn't say magical! Like, come on!
It's
Still,
okay, I got a 19.
Okay.
They're not rocks, Theo. They're minerals.
Oh,
I
you're
will.
right.
I will say, yeah. So,
Eric gives me
with
the
a
help
19,
action.
with a 19, yeah. So she's like, Well, I didn't think that a general that worked for the army would fall so far from, well, being all that to being what he is now, looking at rocks. But everybody's got their ways of moving on with life. Anyway,
My hobbies are none of your concern, Wingwin.
Oh, but the dealings of my sister are for sure. Where is my sister, Eric?
How should I know? And why would I even care?
Well, apparently, from what Fiona told me, you guys cared enough to have her in your party, and she even said that you were friends, even with her, which is such an outlandish thing for my sister.
What did you say, Fiona?
I said that you lot seem like friends to me. I mean, I didn't really. I haven't know. I don't know why she'd be friends with you, but you seem. She definitely seemed friends with Shamar, and
And is this Shamar here right now?
I actually don't know. I have not seen her in several days.
Why don't I get myself an introduction? You see, as she like struts on in, she's like, "Okay." You see that she claps her hand. She's like, "This place is now closed. I'm going to need the whole place for myself, please." As you see that a lot of the patrons kind of like look at her and they all just move out. As you see, even the woman working the desk also leaves. She says, "Well, the places are all ours now. So, where is this Shamar?"
Who the fuck
This
are
is
you?
deep in a woman's guts. He's giving 19 inches of venom to try and get this woman's fucking gem bomb out of her. Risk deep in this woman's guts.
Fionn doesn't actually know. She hasn't seen any of that. She doesn't know. So she's gonna look at
you see that Netta looks around and then she sees you at the stairs, Zoro. She's like, "Well, what do we have here?" You see that she says as she like walks over to you, Zoro, as you're standing by the stairs. She's like, "Who are you?"
Oh,
I am no one of concern.
Wow, that's a little odd.
Oh, but I'm a Wingwin. I'm concerned with anybody. Your fucking mouth, bitch.
Well, that's a little concerning. I mean, you're a demon, aren't you? You can't fool me with the
Yes.
disguise that's there.
But again, that
Well,
is none of your.
that guy's like stopped working 23 hours ago.
I'm assuming you're with the other two that are outside? Well, partied up with them?
Unfortunately, well, for the guy. I don't know the girl too much, but she is a part of the group.
I have a fondness for her. She's nice. But I have to ask, where is this Shamar that you speak of? Is she here?
Why do you need to know?
Well, from what I heard from Fion, she said that she has some knowledge of my sister's location. I'm assuming you know of her, Falcaril. right?
Yes, I do. I'm fond of her.
Well, I need to know where she is. Do you know where she is?
I do not actually. I was not there when she left, but I'm gonna stop you here and I'm gonna let you know already. I do not think you're gonna get really far with questioning Shamar.
Questioning. It's just a simple question. You see that she looks over and she sees Mercurio over by the stairs, eating an apple. She's like, "And you, sir? Who are you?" You see that Mercurio
Gonna
looks up.
give
You see that
less
Mercurio.
accent.
You see that
Not gonna
Mercurio.
lie. I kill Mercurio.
You see that Mercurio looks. You see that Mercurio looks up with an apple in his mouth. He's like, "Mm, what?" Sorry, what were you saying? He's like, do you know where your friend Shamar is? He's like, I don't know. I can't remember. I think
He
she's
just
like,
saw me.
I think she's,
He's dumb.
I think she's like over. Zora, what room was she in again?
I'm gonna kill this fucking guy, dude.
Karuni quickly covers his mouth and she's like, "She's ain't in any room, remember?"
Oh, well, that's okay. You see that Netta looks at you. She's like, "You're an elf. An elf. That's new." You see that she like takes an interest in the fact that you have pointy ears. She's like, "Well, how long has it been since I've seen one of you before? Where have you all been hiding?"
One of you.
She places a hand in front of her. She's like, "Personal space, please."
Of course, of course. Gotta respect the personal space of a woman. I know. Well, seeing as how you are trying to keep this one shut, as you see that she pokes Mercurio in the forehead, she's like, Where is she?
As princess, I am not obligated to tell you where my subject.
Royalty? Wow. Who would have thought a princess, an elven princess of all things, would be here in the city of Estragos? Huh.
Eric in the background, she's a queen.
I was just about to say.
Huh. Wow. I never struck you for the kind. You seem a little more rugged to be a princess, but they come in different forms. So I wouldn't put any bias in. Well, you see that she goes back downstairs and passes you, Zoro. She says, "If you find her," you see that she stops and turns around to look at you. Karun. She's like, "Do let me know." As she gets out, she goes over and as she passes by, she winks at you, Fiona, before walking away.
Oh my god.
Can I wing woman for this girl and come out and
please?
Can I hear all this coming out so that way, I can actually beat Netta?
Well, as you said, you are apparently fist deep in someone's guts right now. Yeah, knuckles deep in someone's guts right now. So.
Wait, hold on. Shut the fuck up. I was gonna say, I have an echo. So can I send my echo down in my stead? You forget I'm a two-man squad.
You could.
I can fist two women at once. I will send my echo down.
That's crazy!
Whoa, woman, you're gonna fish.
Holy shit!
Crazy.
All of us having different
is
reactions is crazy.
I think this is by far one of the horniest sessions of D&D, bro.
It's just them. It is.
I know. It's just them too. That's the thing. It's just them.
As opposed to just you, Yaka.
Okay, so I mean,
congratulations, you surpassed me.
I mean,
hope you're
if you
proud.
catch it, all right. So, give me a first off, Shamar, give me a D20 roll to see if you're able to catch her as she's leaving.
Gotcha.
I wanted to play this as she said that.
And
I didn't hear it. I have your
And out.
soundboard off. Okay, do it again. Oh, I got you. I got you.
And
And out.
I rolled a 4. Can I add tactical mind to that?
It's just a base roll. So you see
Okay,
that
you got it.
you see that you are only able to get your echo just enough to be able to get to Falcoril. No, not Falcoril. Fion. Fion. You see that as you're looking at Netta walk away, you feel something like lean on your shoulder, and you look over. You see it's Shamar.
Oh, hi, Shema. It's good to finally see you. It's been a couple of days.
Shamar will just like kind of like her shadow is like in the middle of surgery. Did someone call my name?
Yeah, Valkaral's sister's here.
Oh, and like you just like watch her shadow suddenly like kind of get the locked in face and just be like, where is she?
She was just about to leave, actually.
Well, then keep her here.
Fion's gonna yell like, Netta, Shema is here. She's in surgery at the moment. I guess I didn't know she was a surgeon.
You see that?
But she is here. A projection of her is here.
You see that she stops out in the distance and turns around and she sees what looks like the shadow of Shamar, or like a shadow next to Fiona. As she goes over, she says, "So you," as she's like taking a look at your shadow, Shamar. She's like, "You're Shamar. Wow,
Well,
that's neat."
I am the shadow, currently in surgery, but I heard you were a Falcoral's family.
Surgery. What room are you in?
What room am I in?
Zoro's room, which is 2F.
The giant room. I was rooming with the green one, Zoro. He's actually cool.
Do it a little better than that.
And just when I thought he was being truthful with me, well, you see that she quickly goes inside. She says, "Well, I heard that there's somebody that is currently dying." So you see that she takes off her coat and throws it over onto the couch on the side as she like makes her way upstairs past you guys over to Zoro's room and makes her way in to see Shamar. Literally, like her. I'd say probably about like halfway of her forearm is inside of this of the other woman trying to take this gem out of her. He says, "Well, quite a sight." Whew.
I'm halfway in.
I can tell. Is there a reason why you are very like this in someone else?
I'm pulling a gem out.
Right. You see that she holds her hand. You see that she holds her hand out, and you see these small little wisps begin flying out from her hand. These like small blue wisps begin flying out from her hand, and you notice as well that your hand that got stuck in between a few of the organs begins to loosen, and now you're able to move your hand more freely now. And you see that as it moves up, you see that she says, "Okay, just back up a little bit. I'll be able to get the rest of it out for you." You see, says as she holds up her other hand, and her other hand gets these purple like tendrils begin to start weaving their way in past the organs bit by bit by bit until they feel the crystal. And you see that they immediately wrap themselves very gently around the crystal, and they slowly begin to pull until it detaches from her from Cecilia's like liver, as you see that it slowly begins to pull the crystal out, slowly, bit by bit by bit, until it's completely out and in Netta's hand. And she says, "I believe you're looking for this one?"
Shamar will just be like, yes, I was.
She says as she like holds it out in front of you with like a smile. She says, "Well, you're welcome."
Thank you. Could I ask you, you're of the magical variety, yes? What is this gem? Eric just explained it as malicious, but while I stitch her up, do you know anything else about this?
Crystal. So you see that she takes it and then she takes a closer look at it. She's like, I'm afraid this thing is foreign to me. I don't know where this woman might have gotten this type of thing, but this is very abnormal for sure. Something that seems to only grow in the underground, from all I can really tell, but in terms of its origins and the maliciousness, where it comes from, don't have a clue. I guess there are some things that even my eyes can't even be able to see. Well, I, technically, but I'm afraid I can't help you there. You see that she tosses the crystal onto the table. Some of the blood spurts onto the table. She says, now, I heard that you have the. I heard you know the location of my sister, Falcarol, right?
Shamar will just like kind of keep stitching, but like she'll give her like a passing glance, and she'll just be like, "Yes, in a sense I do, but if I could ask you something, madam, why are you looking for Falcon?"
Well, I have important few questions to ask my sister, but most of those are personal questions that I can't get into with strangers. You know how it is, parents always saying, "Watch out for strangers." She says as she blows onto her like nails and like wipes it onto her wipes onto her dress. She's like,
You are a grown ass woman.
Shamar will just like look her over, and she'll just be like, Listen, I understand. You don't want to. There are some things we are not always the most comfortable about the sharing with those we barely know. But listen, that girl, she means the world to my brother.
your brother
Nothing
Tal.
can happen to her.
Yes. Your brother Tal, I remember. Theon talked about him. Talked about him like a prize of some sort. I was actually invested in wanting to see Tal because, well, Tal seemed to be interesting. The whole elf and that sort, but seeing as there's more elves in that, he just seemed to be a little less interesting at this point. So,
Yes, well, he's the kindest of boys, the kindest of people you will ever meet. And she brings him joy. I need to know that you won't hurt him because I know how much she means to him. And I know how much he means to her. I had to watch them the day they got together, and it has scarred my memory. But they are deeply in love.
oh, but love is such a fickle thing. It will turn into something that is just anger, depression, sadness. So why be in love with something like that when you can just not be in love at all? Right? I mean, it's just more heartbreak if you just go be with somebody for the rest of your life and all of a sudden they turn out to cheat on you or something.
Listen, I am sure you are in terrible pain. I, too, am in terrible pain. Well, I suppose one good secret deserves another, but listen, the man I used to think of as my mentor has betrayed me and lied to me in so many ways that it may as well not even be funny, although you cannot help but laugh at the insincerity of it all. I know what that is like, but I urge you to understand that I will never give up my brother. I will never give up his love if I know she will be hurt. Because I love him. And by extension, I have to love her. I refuse to let anything happen to them. And if you promise that you will do the same, then I will agree to tell you what you wish to know. But know that they must stay together. Because that is what makes them happy. And I want to see them happy.
See that she hesitates for a few moments before you hear her say, only I had a sister like you. Why does the world have to be so cruel? Fine. I'll agree to whatever condition you may have. I, Netta Wingwin, will, I don't know, swear that I won't hurt anything on Falcoril. Deal?
Or in Falcoril?
Just have to ruin the fun. And in Falcoril.
All right then. And like Shamar will just like kind of like sigh, and she'll just like kind of like when she's done stitching up Cecilia, she'll just like kind of lay her head back against the pillows and like give her a chance to rest, because I assume Celeste has been in there, you know, like kind of helping
Yeah.
her calm down and yeah, stay pretty safe and comfortable. And she'll just like walk over to like her pack with, you know, the letter that Coral gave her that she's probably read like 19,000 times by now because it's sad as hell and
I'm sorry.
Shamar is depressing. And so and so like Shamar will just like wipe the blood off of her hand from having to pull this gem out of this woman, and she'll just you know like take the letter out and like kind of skim over it again, and then she'll just kind of walk over to Netta and she'll just be like, I know that Falcoro is with Fion's people. Her brother was very sick, and I know so was Falcoro. And I know that it tore her up inside to know that she would be leaving town. And that is why she decided to go where she thought she could not hurt anyone, because she wanted no one to feel the pain of her passing. But I still do feel it, and I hope that she will be safe and okay. I know that she is with the brother of Fion. And if you want to know exactly where that is, I'm sure Fion would be more than happy to guide you. And like Shamar will just like kind of put like she's not really great with comfort. So like I imagine it's a very awkward gesture of trying to put her hand on Netta's shoulder.
On this
Netta's illusionary shoulder. Yeah, on this illusion shoulder. And she'll just like, you know, like kind of like she can't get a firm grip, so she's like, and if you need anybody, you know, I can't say I have everything figured out in my life, but well, I'm good at protecting things. If you need a spear through someone's face, let me know. No one deserves to feel alone.
You see that she takes the note and she just kind of skims over a little bit before walking out. But you see that she stopped by the door before she leaves. She says, "You're a good sister. How do you do it?"
I try. Well,
how do you do it is diabolical, bruh. I'm crushed.
Shamar will just kind of, you know, she'll just like kind of look at her and she'll just be like, well, we were both raised by the same man, and well, he didn't do the best job with me. So when Tao came along, I wanted to do better for him. And whether I have succeeded or not, he loves me. And I hope that says something to what I can do. Because I love him dearly. And all I've ever wanted in the world is a better life for him than what I had. I'm sure you understand that as well. We don't get pain like ours from nowhere.
Yeah. I just wondered when I lost that feeling.
It's easy to lose when you are constantly in pain and when there is no one to turn to. It's easy to just get through the days and be upset, and people can weaponize that, you know? They can use you. they can turn you into someone you didn't think you were before. Which is why it takes a while to really get it right. You know, I mean, I'm sure there are times when Tal would not have called me the greatest of sisters, but I don't want anything to ever happen to him that happened to me. I'm sure you can understand that. There are some pains that cannot be done again. Because there are some pains that just break you as a person that you will never forget.
Yeah. I know that. You see that she takes the note and leaves, and you see that she makes her way out. Celeste, as you were coming back from the bathroom from washing your hands of constantly having to touch blood and like cleaning up blood all over the floor, you see that this woman just ends up bypassing you and making her way out. As she makes her way out, you see that she stops. She stops in front of you, Fionn. She says, "If you have the time, can you take me to Falcro sometime?"
And
Yeah, I'll.
I'm so sorry.
My mic's not picking up. I will make the time.
Thanks.
Hold on one moment.
Hold on, she had to reboot.
I had to reboot. You heard what I said though, right? That she'll make the time for
Yeah.
her. Okay,
You see that she looks at you. She says, "Thanks." And you see that she gives you one more wink before leaving and going out. As you guys stand there, Celeste looks over and go ahead.
Celeste looks back to the group and she's like, "Did y'all just see what I just saw?"
Yeah, I saw something. I don't really know what.
Wait, what did you see?
Well,
Did
I saw
Oh,
her
nothing.
use cool magic to take the crystal out of a person.
Well, yeah, magic is good. Winged Wind's good at magic, I think.
Yeah.
There's some magic in that wink she gave you too.
I don't know what you're talking about, Zorro.
You see that Mercurio kind of goes up next to you and he nudges you. He's like, don't feel like that. We know what it's like. Come on now. There's a reason why you were interested in her. In that was there a reason why you wanted to pay off her debt? Was because of that?
No,
Really?
no, I just,
I can see you smiling. You can't fool me.
When people are down on their luck, it's our job as a community to come together and help them.
Of course.
Kindness of my heart
Now,
or something.
let me ask you a very fair question. When did you start caring about this community? Quickly.
That's actually a pretty fair fucking question right there.
That's how it is true, actually.
Celeste,
You see that Mercurio just puts his hand on your head. He's like, "All right, that's enough. That's enough. We're gonna stop teasing you right now.
What you lot are
All right,
talking
listen. We're gonna put it down for right now, okay? Because we got a bunch of important stuff that are happening right now. So, crystal's out of the woman. Great. The only thing is, what do we do now?
Well,
Grab the crystal. What did you post? Why did you post?
Guys, she's not gay. I don't know what you're talking
People
about.
down on their luck and feet."
The Nile is a river in Egypt.
Your husband is gay.
Sailor.
Have the crystals.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
I have
earlier.
Capel Rowan to break out of a fucking cabinet and start singing "Good Luck, Babe."
Yeah.
The castle
She-
anthem was Zoro.
Oh.
Yeah, so Shamar
earlier.
Shamar's the one with the crystal.
Earlier.
Oh, what
Yeah.
did you say earlier?
I'm not gonna say it on stream, but
Oh.
yeah,
Okay, never mind.
that's what
Don't
I
say it
was
on stream.
geeking
Don't say it
about.
on stream. Don't say it
But
on
I
stream. Don't say it
will.
on stream. Oh, bruh. Okay, so you have the crystal in tow out of the woman, and Cecilia is making a slow recovery. What is it you guys do here now with this crystal?
I'd like to inspect it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So you begin to inspect it, and as you inspect it, you notice that the glow of the crystal gives off a very familiar glow, but you also feel something odd about this. Zoro, as you see that the crystal is held in his hand, you see that your hand also begins to glow a little bit brighter now that it's out. It's glowing brighter and brighter at a very rapid pace.
Oh my goodness. What the fuck kind of crystal did you get?
The one I took out of the lady.
Can I see that?
Oh, Judge, go ahead.
Do
I have
you
no clue what it is.
Are
He's
you
gonna
going
look at
to touch it?
He is.
Oh, fuck me, no.
He's going to look at it, and he's going to try and touch it before he doesn't.
Going to look at it.
But
Okay.
no, he's not going to touch it. Now that you said it in that tone of voice.
I am super fucking skeptical right now if this is gonna happen right now.
Okay.
Um,
He's just gonna examine it. He's gonna look at it.
you are going to
He's
examine it.
testing its aura. He's looking at its aura.
I,
Mhm.
however, will need to examine what role I'm gonna get from this real quick.
I don't think you have to.
You have this crystal, you don't know what role you need to use for it? That's crazy.
There's a
That's crazy,
usage.
bro.
I need to ask you a very important question, Zoro. Oh, does okay, well, let me ask this based on the role I get. Let me see. What role do I get on this one? Oh, you son of a bitch, you got lucky. Okay. Never mind. Disregard what I said. Disregard what I was gonna ask you. So you notice that this crystal is there, and you examine it, and you see that your hand seems to have some type of link with this crystal. As you see that depending on the brightness of this crystal, it almost acts as like a timer of sorts, and you can see that your the sigil on your hand, like a clock, it's almost up.
Oh no! Wonder what this means.
There are very dire consequences that will come with this. I will tell you.
So, what possible ways would I be able to go ahead and make sure that this timer doesn't run out?
Oh, if only we had like an infinite storage room somewhere. That'd be handy.
Well, from what
That'd
you
be
know, they are expecting a package soon.
Okay. All right, guys. I think this might be what the Okay, I have an idea. All right. So, we need to go, and we need to bring the crystal. However, I do not think it would be wise for me to touch it. However, it'd also be wise to leave now. So, to the sewers. Are you guys not
All
going
right.
to?
No.
Yeah. He's going to sewer by himself.
Okay. Well,
Shamar will go with him. She'll just be like, she's already there.
Okay.
no need to.
So Shamar
Yeah.
will follow suit. Who else is following suit?
I'm Eric with the K. I'm above going to the sewers.
Well, you can go to the slums or to the market then.
I'll
The
go to
gay.
slums.
Well, technically, he just needs to get there to the church because Eric has his own plans of how he's going to be able to
Well,
get
he
into
can
the
go
church
there
too, as
however the
well.
fuck he wants then.
Our own plan. It's all of our plan.
Yeah,
Only
the whole
Zoro
plan.
needs to
Yeah,
get there. We
yeah.
just need to follow him.
You guys just need to arrive at the church the same time Zoro does, essentially.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go up to the room, grab the cage that Eric with the K went ahead and created, and then I'm gonna go and wait for Shamar to come with the crystal.
Okay, so you make your way downstairs with the cage and the crystal. And you guys are making your. You guys are waiting for the signal from Eric. I'm assuming, right?
Yes,
Okay.
because the doorway there is gonna be able to take me to the sewers, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then who will be going above ground?
Me. I don't want to
Fion?
go in that fucking dirty ass sewer.
I think Mercurio would probably join you guys as well. He'd probably go down there with you guys as well to accompany you.
Down there?
Yeah, in the sewers. Yeah, so in the sewers we got Mercurio, we got Zoro, and we got Shamar, and on the upper part we got Celeste, Karuni, Fion, and Eric is what I'm hearing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Not like he'd smell any different.
So you guys are going to be heading to the church, and you guys would be doing a coordinated attack. So you guys all prep and get ready for the next day, or get ready for the night of the attack. And night falls. When night falls, you guys all are woken up. You guys get all your gear prepped, and you guys are ready. You see that Fion. Go ahead.
I was gonna say while we were doing that, could I have Shamar tell Zoro something?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so there's a tidbit. I'll just kind of do a little bit of tidbit here. So, you guys see that? You guys remember the plan? You guys go over it one more time before you guys end up leaving. What you guys leave at different times of the inn. And you guys make your way through. You see that Eric goes out through some of the market stalls to kind of blend in. Fion, I'm assuming, is keeping her wits about her in the alleyways, making sure that she's not spotted in the open streets. Karuni, Celeste, and Mercurio are just there walking through the streets, just making sure everything, just walking through on the open city streets because, nothing's too particularly different about them, so they won't really have issues out in the streets. So everybody's making their way over to the church. Down in the underground. Oh, sorry. Celeste and Karuni are up top. Down in the underground, you guys see that Mercurio helps you guys go down to the sewers. And once you guys make it down to the sewers, you guys are here. Shamar, take it away.
Nice. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think Aatrox, it was mentioned earlier in a previous session that was like a month ago that we were dealing with Aatrox, right?
Yes, Aatrox.
Bet it. I was just gonna say, so Aatrox is the one. And Aatrox was the other person who was responsible for the thing with my soul, right?
That was one of them. Surprised you remember it.
Yeah. Are you kidding me? I've been waiting for this moment, you asked. So I think Shabar's like, now that she's down in the sewer and, she's loving the stench, said no one. She's probably just like, having time to think over it. And especially Nesta, Nesta and, having to once again confront the fact that how much she cares about Tao and, wants him to be safe no matter what happens to her. She'll just like kind of look at Zoro and she'll just be like, is Mercurio like asleep or awake?
Mercurio's walking with us, I would say.
Yeah,
with
I mean,
you
he's
while we're in the sewer.
Mercurio. Yes, you guys are in the sewer and you guys are walking over to the church. Mercurio is walking with you guys.
bet. So like Shimmer will probably just like start walking behind like the two of them for a while, and like she'll just like tap on Zoro's shoulder for a second, like ask him to like fall back a little bit with her.
He will fall back a little bit with her.
Shimmer will just like kind of look up at him and just be like, Zoro, if if I don't make it out of this fight for whatever reason, take good care of Tao, okay?
Hmm. No. Normally you don't speak like this. I
Well,
sense that there's a reason for why you're so cautious.
well, I guess it was just meeting Nesta today, you know? From one older sister to another. It's, you can often forget how much you mean to your siblings. And Tao has always been, you know, he's always been the baby. I have always been the one protecting him, and, you know, I would like if I thought to continue for him. Because, well, having to do it all on your own it's rough. It's rough. I just want to know that he'll have that constant protection. And well, I suppose you could say I don't have the best track record with demons and souls.
Hmm.
Atrax specifically.
What about him?
Uh, did I tell you about the alien fractured several people's soul?
With the experiment?
Yes, with the
Um,
experiment.
wasn't he there to see it like in her memories, or at least little bits of it?
Yes, you would have been there to see tidbits of that when Shamar
Okay.
was kind of rolling through her memories.
I saw bits and pieces of it. That time we were in your mind prison.
Fun times, yes, yes. Well, what I did learn from Sir William was the fact that, well, the ritual he used, the ritual of binding of whatever, well, it was done through a demon named Atrax, which is who we are going to inevitably meet. And, well, I'm worried that my soul may wind up in his possession of some accord. And if I am dead, or if he does take me over, just take good care of Tao. I don't want him to have to go through what I did.
Hold on.
When we make it through this fight, I believe it would be a great time for you to then meet my family. As us Grash actually have a bit of a hatred against Atrax.
No kidding. What
Oh
did he do to
yes.
you?
My father was in a 400-year war with the humans against this particular cult. They had this exact brand, and he's gonna show the brand that he has on his hand.
Yep.
And I guess you could say he's the enemy for my people.
What has he done to them?
He's harmed humans. He went against one of the many, well, not many, few disciplines that we follow, and that's the protection of humanity. He tried to make a portal that connected hell and the human world to get. Huh.
Hmm?
Yeah. He tried to make a portal between the human and hell world. I don't know how else to call it. But my father and other Grash were able to help humans fight them back enough. But given that Atrax is infiltrated this kingdom and the King's Guard are Atrax cultists, and this brings a lot more of a seriousness than it did in the beginning.
Oh joy. Aren't our lives just fun?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm somewhat enjoying it. Well,
Well,
I
it is
could be.
easier when you're it's easier when we're together, yes?
It is. And so, when we get through this, we'll go ahead and we'll see if we'll make sure that your soul is safe.
I have a
Hopefully.
lot to do with souls. Balian wasn't the most thorough man, apparently, although that shouldn't surprise me much anymore. It truly doesn't, but the joy of it all is that the other two souls of Demanda and the girl who inhabited this body before me, I don't know where they went. They were used in this ritual, and they can neither go to heaven nor hell. And where do they go then? Is there any place? I do not know. But I must find a way to try, because none of them deserved their fate. Balian was a callous man and thought of no one but himself. And now we all must suffer. And I would like it if they did not have to.
Hmm. Galen. Do you know Amanda? Who was she?
She was a knight. She served the great king, and for a very long time, that was enough for her. One time, when Balin had the immediate stupid idea to try and murder a noble at a party, she stopped him, and apparently a romance blossomed from there. I could not tell you the exact timeline of events because my mind is fractured beyond my own understanding. And all I know is one day, as a young girl, the Shamar that existed before me, before anything about me really, well, she found a locket with my, well, with her picture and Balin and Amanda. So I don't know when all of that came together to make something else. All I know is first there was Amanda, then something happened to her because Balin was not pleased when I had found, or she had found, that locket in his dresser. Then he found me, or the girl before me. And then, after all of that, I was trained to be an assassin. And after that came death. And after that came this.
That's quite an interesting story. No, lie.
Sorry. Did I bore you?
Oh no,
Perhaps you did not
it's
want to hear.
jarring, honestly.
How so?
The lengths this man went.
To what?
That's the thing. I don't understand. Why would he do that? Why? What was?
As far as I know, I cannot tell you what happened with Amanda. That's still in the fog of memory, but when he took me in as a young girl before he sacrificed me, it was, well, my parents were dead, my village was gone, there was nothing left there anymore, and then he thought, oh, I could teach this child life lessons, but, well, he was always more worried about himself, I suppose. When he got the good deal from Colchis, sacrifice me, keep his freedom, then he
Good
gets to
deal.
stay in Iron Luna free of charge. Well, he did it. And I became what you see now. I became number 142.
You were sold.
In a sense, yes. I was just given a number. It's all new Death Corps recruits are. You know how it is. I was just a number for a very, very long time, and then Colchis decided to pull another fun string of fate on me, and, well, he said, you are worthy of this now. So your name is Shema, the name of the girl before me who he had killed and decided to do whatever with the soul of. I was given it back when I was worthy of it. For then, I was number 142. Maybe Balin didn't see it that way. Maybe he thought he just told the girl, and whatever existed afterwards was fine. I don't know. The more I think about Balin, the more it hurts. None of his reasoning makes sense to me.
I don't know what to say.
I will say, as you guys are continuing to walk, you guys see that Mercurial has stopped. As you see that Mercurial looks over at you guys and says, we weren't expecting visitors down here, were we?
I do not think we were, no.
As you guys move over,
No.
you guys see by the ladder on the side, you see that there is somebody that stands there, a silhouette. And you see that this silhouette outstretches 4 arms, wielding 4 weapons. And,
Is that my bestie?
and that is where we're going to have to end our D&D session for tonight. That is where we're gonna have to end our D&D session for tonight.
Wait, who has 4 arms?
4 arms from Ben 10.
Besides
All right.
Fion, of course.
All
Her
right.
astral arms.
All right, that'll have to be the end for tonight's session for D&D. Thank you everybody for tuning into tonight's stream, and thank you for welcoming us back into and. Thank you guys for even tuning back into the D&D streams at all. I actually had a lot of fun bringing this back. I'm glad that we got the whole D&D thing going on again, and we're going to be tuning in for D&D every single Monday going forward until the end of Chapter 2. And then we start Time Twisters! Thank you everybody for tuning into tonight's session. Anybody want to say anything before I end the stream?
It's Lord Garmadon.
It might be Lord Garmadon.
You are all about to meet You are all about to meet the best person. Wait until next session. She's gonna blow your socks off.
She?
My queen.
She, yes.
My queen.
Dude, I swear Fion is after every woman in the story.
I literally didn't even do that on purpose.
I swear
That's the crazy part we know.
To make everyone
You
hate
had
her.
you had Netta hit on me first. I just wanted to be nice to her.
I had you
But
make a
now she's
perception
trying to
check.
U-Haul. She's trying to be my family.
I just had you made a persuasion check, that's it.
and then
It was
she fell
high.
in love with me.
It was
we
high.
spent like an hour on, by the way.
We did not spend like an hour on it.
I wouldn't be
Yucca.
surprised if that is the case, that we did spend an hour on that one fucking persuasion check, because you guys are trying to get
It was worth
everything set.
It was worth it.
We failed.
Hypothetically, what would have happened if I did pass it?
Well, that's something that you would have to find out if you did pass. I had something set.
I'm telling you. I know where you live, bruh.
Then that's fine. Then no more Eyes of Astra and no more Netta with Fion.
Way to ruin everything again.
Falcoral, well, it's Falcoral's sister, but like, I'm also Falcoral.
Alright.
No, you're not.
Anyway.
Dying.
Anyway, before this gets
We'll have a cute little
further and
Falcoral
further
funeral.
out of hand, thank you everybody for tuning into tonight's session. We will see you guys again next Monday or another time this week. We're going to host a D&D session, because I already have the next part of the D&D session already set up. It's just up to you guys if you guys want to, like, when you want to start it.
Okay,
Cube literally brought a bomb.
let's do it
Like, he's
tomorrow.
like, guys, please. He's like, guys, please, I'm begging. The bomb is going off. Go to the church. I'm literally crying, sharding, pleading.
I will say, I asked Zoro. Yeah, I gave Zoro a very important question.
Yeah, no, he asked me something in the DMs, and I'm fucking scared for my life, man.
Oh, Lord.
Sorry. Only
Anyway.
bored.
Anyway, thank you everybody for tuning into tonight's stream. We'll see you guys again sometime this week or next Monday, worst case. And yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in. We will see you guys next time.